Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Detroit.
Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is presented by
Bell Tire.
Well, a 4-0 start will certainly put a smile on your face, and it also will produce a high five or two. Boy, the Tigers have gotten off to a great start here in 2015. Today they will go for 5 in a row. We welcome you to Progressive Field in Cleveland. Game 2 featuring the Tigers and the Cleveland Indians. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to Tigers Baseball. Mario and Pember, Ron Allen, glad to have you with us. We're feeling giddy today because the Tigers are just playing some outstanding baseball, and we know this, Ron, they are feeling some pretty good confidence right now as well.
No question about that. This is a veteran-laden team, and they know that. They handled their business in spring training, didn't have a great record, but some people were panicking, some weren't panicking. The Tigers, as a team, definitely weren't panicking. Right now, they seem to be clicking on all cylinders.
No doubt about that. And the one thing is for sure in baseball, whether it's April or September, it doesn't matter. When you get a pitching matchup like we have today, you've got to be excited. These are two of the best in the American League, if not baseball. David Price, a Cy Young winner. Corey Kluber won it last year. These guys are outstanding.
Well, you love the beginning of the season because you get these kinds of matchups, the Price and Kluber matchups. Last year, Price had 271 strikeouts. Kluber wasn't far behind with 269. I can't wait for this game.
All right, let's break down both of these guys. We'll start with David Price. We have seen him now for a little over half a year. We got him last year midway through the season, and David Price, well, as good as it gets.
Well, David Price, one of the things that he does very well, and we're going to show you an example here with Avila, his glove. Every time Avila puts his glove down, David Price simply hits that glove with the fastball. If it's the four-seam fastball outside to the left-handed batters, or if it's the cut fastball inside to the right-handed batters, he just hits that glove, and that's why Avila can sit on the corners with a guy like David Price, because he has such great command with his fastball. He's worked on a curveball, which he'll use more today, but he didn't need that curveball against the Minnesota Twins on Monday because they didn't make any adjustments against David.
All right, tell me about Corey Kluber now. We know that he is an outstanding pitcher, won a Cy Young Award last year. Maybe a little bit late to the party in terms of being an ace, but he gets a lot of swings and misses.
Hard stuff. About 30% of his pitches last year were swings and misses by the opposition. This guy will try to overpower you with a mixture of fastballs, cutters, two-seamers. They get up to 97 miles an hour. That's what he'll do today. He also has a slow curveball he's been working on and a changeup, and I think one of the reasons he worked on it so long and hard in spring training is he might need that particular pitch for the Tigers because they've been pretty good against him.
All right, well, it's a sunny day, it's a cool day, but we have baseball, the Tigers and the Indians coming up, and coming up as well, Yoenis Cespedes. Well, he's been as advertised, off to a red-hot start. He's hit in 4 straight. Cespedes and the Tigers taking on the Indians next. of the series. The Bernstein advantage brings you the pitcher-batter matchup. And, well, the Bernstein advantage, even though Kluber's on the mound, belongs to these Tigers.
Well, Tigers have a bunch of guys that really like to drive the ball the opposite way, whether it be Victor Martinez, who bats left-handed, obviously, against Kluber, or those right-handers that we're showing you. They drive the ball the opposite way against a guy like Kluber, and they're led by Miguel Cabrera. He drives the ball straight away, center field, left field against everybody. But when guys throw as hard as a guy like Kluber does, you really have to give him the benefit of the doubt and not try to pull him. Victor also has very good numbers against Corey Kluber. As a matter of fact, Victor has killed his former team, the Cleveland Indians, ever since he changed uniform. So just a couple of guys that Kluber no doubt will have to watch this afternoon.
All right, there's a buzz in the air here in Cleveland. Another good crowd on hand here today. Tigers Tribe Game 2 coming up next. Cleveland, we remind you if the Tigers combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow and get a free small order of curly fries if the Tigers can do that today. Here's the lineup that will try to do just that. The Tigers starting lineup presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. You've got Ghost, Kinsler, and Cabrera in your top 3 spots. Miggy, well, he does really well in this ballpark. Victor Martinez, J.D. Martinez, Yoenis Cespedes. The only change, Andrew Romine batting 9th and playing shortstop for the Detroit Tigers. And here are the particulars on Corey Kluber.
Well, Tigers hitters need to get ready to hit the fastball. Kluber has a fastball. He throws a lot of them. They will be 95, 96 all afternoon long. He also has one of your better cutters in all of baseball. Let's take a look at the Cleveland Indians starting defense behind Kluber. It is brought to you by Tim Hortons. Avila's Born Sands in the outfield. Chisenhall, Ramirez, Kipnis, Santana in the infield. Yan Gomes, he's a catcher once again this afternoon. First start for the youngster Sands in right field since August 6th of 2012.
There's a look at Mr. Sands getting the start out in right field. Sunfield here today. Terry Francona is the skipper of the Cleveland Indians, and Francona watched his team drop their home opener yesterday, but he's a guy that has really had them playing some pretty good baseball in the 2 years plus that he has been here now. And one of the teams obviously will have to catch the Tigers, who won the opening game of this series yesterday, is Anthony Gose. Will stand in to start things off for Detroit. It'll be Gose, Kinsler, and then Miguel Cabrera. A little bit breezy again here this afternoon at Progressive Field. And Kluber is set to go to work. So are we. First pitch of the ball game is in there for a strike 0-1. Gose is in his last 3, batting .471 to start the season. 53 degrees our game time temp here today. That ball is charged into right field. Sands looking up, and it's going to go. Anthony Gose with a leadoff home run today in Cleveland.
I see you, Anthony.
Who says all he can do is run? First of the year for Anthony Gose, and the Tigers are out to a quick 1-0 lead today.
We have well documented the fact that Kluber is one of your better right-handed pitchers in the game of baseball, but he has a difficult time against Tigers bats. It's a 92-mile-per-hour fastball in the nitro zone of Anthony Gose, and he jumped on it, and Sands, the right fielder, he gave a little courtesy jog back to the wall, but he knew that ball was gone.
Gose hit 2 home runs all of last year, has his first now of 2015. And an early lead for the Tigers as Ian Kinsler stands in. You'll look at ball 1.
And one more look at the ball coming off the bat of Anthony Gose.
The ball was measured at 400 feet.
And the last time the Tigers saw Corey Kluber in a regular season game, it was last year in September, and he gave up 3 home runs in that game.
Well, 2 more homers today, and it's Arby's time. Kinsler off to a nice start this year. Batted .275 last season. He's knocked in 5 runs on the new campaign, and he shoots one to right field. That's going to drop, base hit.
Their approach has been unbelievable.
And the Tigers came in to this ballgame today leading the league in batting average, and already 2 batters into this game, they've got a couple of hits.
That home run by Anthony Gose, his first ever leadoff home run.
Fifth RBI of the year for Gose. Here is Cabrera, who was greeted rudely by the Cleveland fans.
You can expect Kluber against some of these right-handers to pitch aggressively inside. That's something McAllister did not do yesterday, and McAllister gave up 13 hits to Tigers bats.
Kinsler a threat to run down there at first base.
If he is thinking about running, and one of the things that you'd have to do with Yan Gomes behind the plate for Cleveland, you better get a good jump because he has an outstanding throwing arm.
Gomes able to show that off yesterday and throwing out Gose. There's a strike called on Miguel Cabrera. 3 out of 5 in the opener yesterday for the Tigers. That has pumped his average up to .313 coming into play today. Quick start for the ball club this afternoon. The Gose homer and the Kinsler single. This against the reigning Cy Young Award winner, Corey Kluber, who won 18 ball games last year. Up and in on Cabrera. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And first ever opening day start for Corey Kluber. He took the loss to the Houston Astros, and Dallas Keuchel outpitched him.
Kluber last year an ERA of 2.44 in his 34 starts. And Kinsler back in there at first base.
And the previous pitch to Miguel Cabrera was a fastball that was up and out of the strike zone inside. And before he threw over to first base, he was setting up again inside Yan Gomes, the catcher.
Now the 1-1. 1-2 on Miguel Cabrera.
You'll see a couple different fastballs here today from Kluber. You'll see one at about 95. That would be the 4-seam fastball. But this is the one you'll see the majority of the time. It's about 89 to 91 miles an hour. It's his cut fastball. He's mastered this pitch on many occasions, on many deliveries. It looks just like a slider.
Here's the 1-2, the runner on the move, line drive to left, base hit. Kinsler rounding the bag, he'll try for 3. Here's the throw to third, not in time. Single for Miguel Cabrera, and the Tigers off and running again today.
Yan Gomes wanted the fastball inside to Miguel Cabrera, but Kluber missed with his location out of the heart of the plate, and that's one thing you can't do against Miguel, especially with the gaudy numbers that Miguel already has against Corey Kluber. That's a two-seam fastball. You could see how Yan Gomes, the catcher, had to reach back over the heart of the dish, and Miggy hit an absolute seed to left field.
3 straight hits for the Tigers. And now another very difficult hitter for Kluber. Victor Martinez stands in. And for Martinez, 5 for 15 this season. 3 of those hits came in the ball game yesterday. Also picked up an RBI. Fans barely have had a chance to settle into their seats today, and the Tigers already have scored once and maybe more. There's a bouncer toward third base, glove there by Chisenhall. Will go to second one and get a double play as Kinsler comes around to score to make it 2-0. No RBI for Victor.
It looked like Victor was trying to shoot that hole on the left side of the infield, but Chisenhall, who's a pretty good defender, gave a nice feed there to the shortstop who was covering the bag, and Ramirez able to turn it over. You don't see the old 5-6-3 double play very often.
So they're empty now with 2 outs. We'll bring up J.D. Martinez. J.D. was held hitless yesterday on an afternoon in which the Tigers were able to pound out 18 hits in game 1 of the series. That's another foul off the end of the bat. So the 18 hits very early in this campaign represents a high watermark for the Tigers. And as you mentioned, 13 of those came against the starter McAllister, and he didn't even pitch past the 5th. JD with a couple of home runs this year. He's knocked in 4. And he drives this one to left center field. That ball is going to get down, a base hit. So JD joins the party. That is the 4th Tigers hit in this inning against Kluber.
And Kluber yet to make an adjustment against the Tigers. And the Tigers have a lot of guys that can really hit the fastball, and Kluber continues to try to overpower guys with his fastball. He's going to have to mix in some change-ups, sorts of curveballs today.
Here is Yoenis Cespedes. How much of that falls on the catcher, Rod, in terms of calling the pitches?
Well, he'll have to, because I know that he and Gomes have studied what the Tigers have been able to do against Kluber since he's been in the big leagues, and his numbers aren't very favorable against a lot of the Tigers' bats. So adjustment is definitely needed if he's going to stay in this game a long time.
Well, here is Cespedes now, and Yoenis off to a really good start. 444 this year. 3 more hits in yesterday's ball game. Kluber has been pitching from the stretch most of this first inning. Swing and a miss.
That's a good pitch right there.
No balls, 2 strikes.
And good curveball thrown by Kluber.
Cespedes has hit in all 4 that he's played in with his new ball club. Waiting on the 0-2. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. A win today for the Tigers. They would go to 5-0 for the first time since 2006. And we know what happened that year. The Tigers ended up winning 95 games that season and won the American League Championship. Brad Ausmus has been able to sit back early on this season and watch the offense absolutely roll in the early going. David Price has been given a couple of runs to work with. Another foul back by. No, he didn't hit it. It's going to go all the way to the backstop and they'll throw him out. So Cespedes is out on strikes. However, Anthony Gose got it started for the Tigers. His first home run. The first inning, here come the Indians in the bottom of the first. Their starting lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, and it features Bourne, Avilos, and Kipnis at the top. Michael Brantley gets the day off, suffering from a bad back. Santana, Gomes, and the former Tiger Rayburn, who has had good numbers against Price, Sands, Chisenhall, and Jose Ramirez. And here's Michael Bourne leading it off, batting .294 on the season, facing David Price. Bourne looks at a strike, 0-1. 351 this spring, coming off a subpar year last year. 257 overall for Bourne. And he looks at ball one outside. 1-1 the count on the Cleveland leadoff man. He's been a couple of all-star games. Won a couple of gold gloves. And the 1-1. Ooh, ugly swing there. 1-2. Indians need Bourne to be healthy this year. That one just tied him up. Here's the 1-2 offering. Little bouncing ball to short on the charge. Romine. Quick throw. Got him at first base. It was close.
It's a do-or-die play for the shortstop, Andrew Romine, who's making his first start of the year. With Bourne running out of the batter's box with his speed, he had to get rid of the baseball in a hurry, and he had to be firm with his throw across the diamond, which he was, and they got the out.
To mention an attaboy from David Price. Iglesias getting the afternoon off today. Here is Mike Aviles. Let's look at the numbers in his last start for David Price, brought to you by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
He pitched a sensational baseball opening day. That was Monday at Comerica Park. 8 2/3 innings against the Minnesota Twins. Only 5 hits, barely over 100 pitches, and didn't walk anybody.
It almost seems like if Price is not out there in the 8th or 9th inning, it's kind of strange. He is a workhorse.
And when you go up against David Price, if you're the opposition, you better pack a lunch because he's going to be out there for a while.
Aviles looks at a ball inside, getting the start and batting second in left field today for the Indians. They are missing Michael Brantley, and certainly probably their best player. But he's had a bad back. He was able to play yesterday, but not going today. Here's the 2-1 for Price. Outside, 3 balls, 1 strike. You know, guys like Price and Kluber, you know, they're ready to go every start. But when they face each other, when you have a pitching matchup like this, you know these guys have to be a little bit extra pumped up.
And they also know that they have very little margin for error, because the other guy is not going to give up a whole lot.
.3-1 is popped up. Shallow right field, slicing. That ball is going to be caught on a run by Martinez.
Let's take a look at the rest of the Tigers defense presented by Bill Fox Chevrolet. Cespedes, Ghost, Martinez in the outfield. Andrew Romine, first start of this season, 83 games last year at the shortstop position. On the left side of the infield with Romine is Castellanos. Right side of the infield, Kinsler and Miguel. And Alex Avila. He's caught all 5 Tigers games so far this year.
Well, with the addition of Yoenis Cespedes in left field this year, JD moves over to right field. And he made that play quite nicely. Reading the slice off the bat. Here is Kipnis. Is there a big difference between left and right, do you think, in the outfield route?
There's some difference, not a huge difference, but obviously the ball comes off of the bat to the right-handers and the left-handers differently. Left-handers more of a slice to left field. When you're in right field, that ball slices off of the right-handed batter's bat.
Drilled to center field. Ghost on the move. Diving with a catch in center. What a play by Ghost.
Do it all, Anthony Ghost.
He has homered and he has made a diving catch, and we're only 1 inning into this game. Can't get better than that.
positioned here. Look how shallow he plays in center field, and that's one of the things you admire about a guy that's not afraid to go back on balls. He also had Kipnis played perfectly. Had he not been positioned where he was, and had he not been playing in so shallow, he doesn't make that play.
Well, single-handedly, he's done most of the work here today for the Tigers. A home run, a diving catch, and now Kluber back to the hill. Nick Castellanos leads it off for Detroit. It'll be Castellanos, Avila, and then Romine.
I was talking to Dave Clark today before the Tigers took batting practice, and I was asking him, do you mind how shallow Ghost plays in center field? And he said no, he doesn't mind at all, because he said 80% of the balls are always hit in front of you. And if you have the ability like Ghost and you're not afraid to go back on balls, then why not play a little shallower? Dave handles the outfielders here, also coaching third base for Brad Ausmus.
Here's the 1-1. You think most guys are more comfortable going back on balls than they are coming in on balls?
Most guys are more comfortable coming in.
They are.
On balls. That's why guys play deeper. Guys like Ghost, no problem for him going back on balls. That's why he plays very shallow, as does the center fielder here, Michael Bourne of the Cleveland Indians.
And Castellanos rung up on strikes. One gone. Second strikeout now for Kluber. Hey, today's field conditions are presented by Ace Hardware and the Scotts Company. We mentioned game time temp 53 this afternoon. There is some wind. It's blowing out toward right field. Sunny and cool, I guess, is the absolute perfect way to describe today.
They've got a nice crowd here today.
Well, a lot of the folks here in Cleveland were saying, let's see how they respond. The fans, that is. Of course, everybody gets a big crowd on opening day, but the second day of the year, pretty good gathering.
A lot of sunshine today. I'm sure they had a huge walk-up crowd today.
Here is Alex Avila off to a 4-for-11 start. Ball high to Avila.
It's one of the things I pointed out to you last half inning. You'll see Kluber do a lot of that today. He'll stand some of these straight Tigers up with fastballs inside.
Kluber allowed the homer, then two singles, but a double play ball really short-circuited the Tigers' first inning.
Good changeup there by Kluber.
And as a result, the count evens now 1-1.
That's a circle change. Nice fading action away from the left-handed bat Avila.
Try to hold up, couldn't do it, and now Avila behind in the count.
That kind of gives you an idea of just how nasty the stuff that Kluber features. That's a cut fastball that started out right down the middle of the plate, and when Avila started to swing, the ball just kind of creeped inside on him, tied him up.
Here's the 1-2. Got some shadows action here at the ballpark with the 4 o'clock start. A lot of the shadows down the left field line. You see the light standards forming some of those shadows.
Yeah, 4 o'clock, not an ideal starting time for the hitters, although the Tigers hitters have had no problem.
No. Swing and a miss. And Avila with an uncomfortable looking at bat there. 3 straight strikeouts now for Kluber, who of course won the Cy Young Award last year. And how about some of the Cy Young winners in Indians history? Well, Tribe back in '72 had Gaylord Perry win the Cy Young. He threw out the first pitch yesterday. And then CC in '07, Cliff Lee in '08, and Kluber last year. Pretty good group. Here's Andrew Romine. For as well as Jose Iglesias has played to start this year, and Iglesias had another good game yesterday, I think Brad Ausmus wants to really make sure that he's careful early this season based on the injuries that he's had.
He also said yesterday he had to try to find a way to get Romine and Perez in a game. Today it's Romine's turn. It also gives him another left-handed bat against Corey Kluber, the right-hander.
Deep in the hole, going to be a tough play, and it's going to get through right by Ramirez. So the Tigers get a 2-out base hit from Romine.
And once the ball got past Chisenhall, the third baseman, even if Ramirez was able to field it, he was not going to throw out Andrew Romine.
So much like yesterday, the Tigers already piling up the hits. They have 5 in this contest. And now Anthony goes. Goes homer to start the ball game in the first. Kluber gave up a homer, 2 singles, got a double play ball, and then gave up another single in the first inning. The Tigers were pecking away at him. And it's a strike on Ghost. Anthony's playing so well that I think he was scheduled to get the day off tomorrow with the lefty on the mound. Rajai Davis, I'm sure, will start, but it's kind of hard to take Anthony out of the lineup the way he's playing right now. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss. Gomes throw. Wrong side of the bag and a stolen base. First of the year for Romine.
Yan Gomes had to rush his throw down to second base because Kluber didn't do his job by holding Andrew Romine a little bit closer, and a pretty good jump by Romine, able to steal his first bag of the year.
Tigers were running a lot in spring training, leading Grapefruit League teams for the most part this year in steals. And their stolen base numbers last year were up considerably over the previous campaign. One ball and 2 strikes. Here is our T-Mobile game changer. And when you talk about Anthony Gose, first 3 games coming into play today, he had put up some really good numbers. 8 hits in his first 3 games. Tigers hadn't had a guy do that since 1939.
And Gose has already scored 5 runs.
Fouled away. Old Barney McCoskey did it in 1939. Gose adding to his numbers with the home run here today. Romine in scoring position with 2 outs. And he got him. Strike 3. Ghost caught looking. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Kluber, 4 for the game. Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire. expectations of what a bank can be. When it's time, come to Comerica. By Jeep, come in for great deals on the award-winning Jeep brand SUVs during the Jeep Awards season event. And by Dean's Country Fresh Ice Cream Squares, get real. There is Jim Thome, the unmistakable batting stance of the Tominator. Played a lot of years here in Cleveland, put up a lot of big numbers.
A lot of homers.
He used to hit him when they had the picnic tables out there in right center field. He'd bounce him into the picnic tables.
Right.
Here come the Indians now as Price goes back to work in the second. Tigers have themselves a 2-0 lead. Santana, Gomes, Rayburn facing David. Santana batting .308.
Price has already gone inside with a couple of really close fastballs, but he has not gotten a call from Dale Scott. That couldn't have missed by very much.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. It's outside and high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tigers already 5 hits on the board. The Indians looking for their first hit. Bryce got him 1-2-3 with a couple of nice defensive plays in that first inning. Now the 2-1.
Yeah, nice low target by Avila, who has one knee on the ground, and Price was able to get it all the way down there. It's a great location on a 2-1 pitch.
Santana did not have a really good spring, batted just .219 for Cleveland. And now he's run the count full, 3-2. Waiting on deck, Yan Gomes for the Tribe. Line drive towards shallow left. Cespedes coming in. It's going to drop. First base hit of the ball game for the Indians.
It's a fastball that got in on Santana, hit it off the label. And I think Cespedes may have been fooled by the swing momentarily. And didn't get a great jump on it, therefore it fell in for a single.
That will bring up Yan Gomes. 1 for 4 in yesterday's game. Batted .278 last season, did Gomes. Taking over as their everyday catcher.
Hit into a huge double play yesterday.
Gomes fouls it back out of play. Yeah, that double play that Gomes hit into came in the 6th inning when Simon was having trouble. He had given up 3 runs. Albuquerque came on, got Gomes to knock into a twin killing, and that really stopped the bleeding.
Yes, the game was 5-3 at that time.
The emergence of Gomes, though, has allowed the Indians to move Santana from behind the plate. Santana playing first base these days. Swing and a miss. Gomes was saying it's amazing how much more relaxed you can be when you know that you're going to be an everyday player. You can go 0 for 4 and you know you're not going to be taken out of the lineup the next day.
It sure helps.
And Terry Francona knows that he's got an emerging player that is playing a premium position in the catching spot. He's done well defensively and a good offensive player as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gomes.
Best fastball so far of the afternoon thrown by Price. And 4-seam variety, 95 on the radar gun.
And so far in this game, David Price is not getting the benefit of the close pitches. Gomes waiting on the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. David's had good numbers career against the Indians, 7-1 against the Tribe, an ERA of about 2.5, 2.64 to be exact.
He said he likes pitching on the mound, so he's very comfortable here.
He said yesterday he feels taller on this mound.
Right.
2 earned runs or less in 7 of the 9 starts against the Tribe. Of course, David looks tall on any mound, but he says he feels taller on this mound. Price coming off a really good start against the Twins on opening day, his first opening day appearance for the Tigers at Comerica, and here are his numbers career at Progressive. Awfully good. Swing and a miss. Gomes is out of there, and that'll be the first strikeout of the ball game for Price.
And no chance here for Gomes to catch up to that mid-90s fastball on the outside black.
So here is Rayburn, who is getting the start at DH today with the lefty Price on the hill. He was 0 for 2 yesterday, entered the ball game late, and is coming off a season that was subpar. Rayburn takes strike 1. Rayburn nagged with injuries last year. You might recall when the Indians got him a couple of years ago, he put up pretty good numbers. It took a step back last year. Rayburn also really good against David Price, 7 for 19. Swing and a miss. And that's a 368 average. He's also homered against Price. And Terry Francona hoping to catch some of that magic here today.
And so far, Price throwing a lot harder in this game than he did at any point in that game against the Minnesota Twins. He's gotten up to 95 several times.
One and two. Rayburn last year battled some wrist injury problems, a knee injury problem as well. Now the 1-2. Strike called by home plate umpire Dale Scott. Rayburn thought he held up. He's got a bit of a beef right now with Scott, but to no avail. Second strikeout for David.
Well, Dale Scott's not giving David Price the ball inside, but he is giving him a couple of inches off the plate outside.
Here is Jerry Sands now, who was just called up yesterday from their AAA team, former Dodger farmhand. Sands with a huge swing and a miss.
And with the left-hander Price starting today, Lobstein tomorrow, Terry Francona needed to get one more right-handed bat, and that's why Jerry Sands was recalled yesterday.
Last year, spending time in the Rays organization, big leagues and minor leagues, mostly AAA Durham. He's got some power. 1 year knocked in over 100 runs in Albuquerque.
He had a good spring, hit over 300 and a couple of home runs, 7 RBIs in the Cactus League.
1 ball, 1 strike on Sands.
And so far this year, though, the at-bats that the Cleveland Indians have had against left-handers have not been very good. Their batting average under 200 in the early going of the 2015 season against left-handers, and a lot of people out there believe they'll struggle against left-handers all season.
Wave and a miss. 1-2 on Sands.
Man, he's going hard today, Mario.
Yes, he is. Ooh. hear the pop of the glove.
And when a guy is throwing as hard as Price is, as a hitter, you can't take the big swings like Sands took there or the big swings like Yan Gomes took before he struck out. You just have to meet the baseball and allow David Price to supply some of that power.
And he got him, strike three.
Oh, he's filthy today.
David Price put on a clinic after that leadoff single. He strikes out the side. Ian Kinsler will get it started for the Tigers in the third. Cleveland, and you can see the Tigers play the Yankees April 20th through the 23rd and get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 bags of chips, and 4 drinks, all at a discounted price with the Tigers weekday value pack. Call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com. A lot of Tiger fans making the trip down here to Cleveland. I'm sure a few of them might even head on over to Pittsburgh after the series is done.
Short drive.
Kinsler starts it off for Detroit as we go to the third. 2-0 in favor of the Tigers. Ian had a single in the first inning. Kluber has struck out 4 in this game. One ball, one strike. Kinsler had a triple in the ball game yesterday. The Tigers now have tripled in all 4 games to start the year. Here's the 1-1. 2 balls and 1 strike. Last time the Tigers tripled in 4 straight, that was 1914. Quite a while ago. Sam Crawford that year had 28 triples. You don't see guys piling up 28 triples anymore.
No, you don't.
A different era, different time. Here's the 2-1. That'll get back out of play. 2-2. That was in the era where Ty Cobb once led the American League with 9 home runs. Boy, has the game changed. Two and 2 on Kinsler. He went around, strike 3 as Kinsler is out of there, and that's another strikeout now for Kluber. It'll be his 5th. Miguel Cabrera coming up. In the driver's seat, brought to you by Kia, and we'll see if Miggy can stay in the driver's seat. Active leaders against the Indians. Well, Cabrera's on that list. Victor Martinez, 358 is the best among actives. A couple of random names in there. Elvis Andrus and Brandon Phillips.
A couple of middle infielders.
Miggy had a base hit his first time up. Cabrera now 4 for 6 in the series. That's it for a strike. 1-1. Pretty good chance this will happen this year, but Cabrera is 10 home runs short of 400 for his career, so that's the next milestone as far as long balls go for Cabrera. Fouled away, 1-2. Tigers in that first inning got the home run from Ghost. That led the ball game off, and Kinsler and Miggy singled. Double play ball scored another, and that's all the scoring we've had so far. That'll get back out of play down the right field line. Tigers have done some good work against the Indians really since the beginning of 2013. They are 27-12 against the Tribe, and they're averaging about 6 runs a game versus Cleveland pitching. And we talked about the success they've had in this ballpark. 16-5 in that same stretch here on the road in Cleveland. They've been themselves at home here. 2-2 on Cabrera. Victor Martinez waiting on deck. Right back up the middle, and look who's got himself another base hit.
Every pitch before that last pitch that Kluber threw to Miguel Cabrera was away from him. And here's another example of Gomes wanting the ball inside, but Kluber just couldn't get it there. And Miggy, with 2 strikes, just takes it right back up the middle. You can see Gomes starting to inch his way to that inside corner where the glove is and with the body, but it's not executed by Kluber. Miguel Cabrera does not have many holes when he's standing in the batter's box, really. And I can't figure out what holes he does have after watching him for the last 7 years. Nor can a lot of pitchers in this league.
Yeah, they're lining up right behind you in terms of trying to find something, anything for Cabrera. Martinez takes the ball low and away. Usually any hitter, even the best hitters, have that one spot that gives them trouble. So Cabrera now with 2 more hits today, 5 in the series. They're still playing that shift on Victor. The last time he hit the ball right at Chisenhall, who was way off the line at third base. That started the double play. This one is lifted in the air toward left center field. Bourne is on the move, and he'll cut right in front of Aviles to make the catch. And Miggy returns. 2 gone in the Tiger third. Here's J.D. Martinez. J.D. sharp single his first time up. First hit of this series. Here's ball 1. Talked about Martinez's ability to hit home runs, and he has certainly showed a lot of power since joining the Tigers lineup. But 13 of his homers last year were hit from the 7th inning or later. A lot of big home runs for the Tigers.
A nice flair for the dramatic last season.
You ever sit there and wonder really where the Tigers would have ended up last year had it not been for J.D. Martinez?
They don't get in the postseason. As it was, they only won the division by 1 game. And all the damage that he did late to tie a game or to put the Tigers ahead.
You saw 8 of those home runs from the 9th inning or later. And J.D. had a dramatic home run against Cody Allen, their closer, last year in the 9th inning in May to force a tie. And just one after another, it seemed like, as Martinez would come up in big spots and deliver.
Cooper, since giving up the 2 runs in the first inning, has gone to a lot more breaking balls against this Tigers offense.
Which is something you talked about.
Well, he needs to do so because there are so many guys in the order that can really handle his fastball.
Got another one. Swing and a miss. Martinez unable to hold up on it. And Kluber now has 6 strikeouts as we go to the bottom of the 3rd.
Today for David Price, he has simply been on point with overpowering fastballs. As a matter of fact, he threw 17 pitches in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Of the 17 that he threw, 8 were 95 miles an hour and above. The Indians hitters, boy, they cannot see the ball out of his hand, and they're all late on that heater.
A lot of strikeouts as we thought there might be in this game. 6 of them for Kluber, 3 now for Price as he goes to work in the 3rd. And a ball missing inside to Lonnie Chisenhall, who starts it off. Chisenhall, then Ramirez, and then Michael Bourne. Chisenhall ended up at 280 last year with 13 home runs, but that was largely based on his outstanding first half. He'll drill this one toward left center field. Ghosts on the run, still going. Gliding to the baseball and making the play. Well, if you're a pitcher, you got to love having that guy in center field.
Well, it reminds me of Austin Jackson, the way that Jackson patrolled center field. You can see where he started out at. And that ball slicing away from him off of the bat of Lonnie Chisenhall, but he ran it down and made it look rather easy with those long galloping strides.
Chisenhall hit that ball halfway onto the warning track, and Ghost made it look easy. Here's Ramirez. Ball 1 outside.
As hard as David Price is throwing here today, if you're the Tigers outfielders, you can pretty much shade all the hitters the opposite way because very few are going to catch up to this heater today that David's featuring.
Tigers had 2 runs, 6 hits in this ball game. The Indians no runs on 1 hit. Ramirez has 1 home run this year, 1 RBI. One came in that Houston series against the Astros to start the year. Bryce has fallen behind 2-0. And now 3-0. The Indians found their shortstop July 31st last year. That's when Ramirez took over full time at that position. Takes a 3-0 low, walked in ball 4. First walk of the ball game for David Price, and it comes against the number 9 hitter of all people. Going to bring up Michael Bourne. Bounce out back in the first inning for Bourne, 0 for 1.
If you're Castellanos down at third base or Miggy at first base, you have to anticipate that Bourne might just attempt to bunt for a single. That is part of his game.
Good call. Couldn't put it in play, though. No balls, 1 strike.
He squared around too late. It's one of the things that you have to have. You have to have really good timing when bunting for a base hit, and he was just a little tardy there. And David Price is also throwing very hard today.
That is in there for a strike. 0-2 on Bourne, whose game is predicated by his legs. I mean, he's a guy that stole a lot of bases over in the National League, but he's had hamstring problems. He's coming over to the Cleveland Indians, and that has affected his numbers. Bouncing ball to short. Romine waits on the hop. They'll get 1 at second. No chance at a double play. Bourne on via the fielder's choice. Two gone now for Mike Aviles. Flat out his first time up. Aviles 2 for 6 on the season for the Indians. They had him playing all over the place in spring training. Of course, he does the same in the regular season as well. Infield, outfield. A guy that most teams like to have on their bench. A skill set, that is, where you can plug him into multiple positions. See Price there having a conversation with Miguel. This is what Miguel sees. That Sun might be a little bit of a problem on pickoff throws. Checked it. Did he go? Yes, he did, said Dan Iasonia.
When you throw as many fastballs as Price has thrown here today, when you do back off a little bit and change the pace on the pitch, which would be a changeup, from a hitter standpoint, you're still seeing that same arm speed, but the velocity decreases about 11 miles an hour. That's about 84 miles an hour. He's been throwing his fastball at about 95 here today.
Well, there's a good shot right there of what Miguel Cabrera is dealing with. He's in the shade, and that ball on pickoff throws comes straight out of the sun for Price. Bourne stretching his lead at first. He'll draw another throw. No balls, 1 strike. And yet another toss. Regardless of whether or not Bourne is stealing bases, this is also a byproduct of what he can add to your team, because Price has been really preoccupied with him. And Bourne has felt that sometimes it'll take the attention off the hitter as you look at some of his stolen base numbers since 2008. So even if you're not stealing a lot of bases, the threat of a stolen base can have an effect on a game. David trying to pitch around a 1-out walk here in the 3rd. Tigers got a couple of runs in the 1st. Anthony Ghost led off the game with a home run. Another foul back out of play. And Vilas has one of the more noticeable batting stances, or recognizable batting stances, twirling that bat above his right shoulder. And again, the 0-2 fouled straight back as Aviles is continuing to battle Price here.
And a couple of fastballs in the 0-2 count up in the strike zone that he didn't quite get up as high as he wanted to. Therefore, Aviles is able to foul them both off.
There's Jason Kipnis waiting his turn on deck. Aviles trying to get it to him. Indians really have kind of struggled to score runs out of the gate here in 2015. They have scored just 11 runs so far this year. And as a comparison, the Tigers have scored 30. In fact, Detroit has outscored their opponents 30-5. As you look at some of the numbers now on David Price, the pitch speeds in this at bat. And the 1-2 way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Price last year led the American League in innings, 248 in the 3rd, 271 strikeouts. So these are 2 of the top strikeout artists in baseball. Squaring off here today, Kluber and Price. Ooh, just got a piece of that one, and that one came up and hit him. Helmet came flying off.
It's a good changeup that somehow Aviles, even though he was fooled and out in front, able to get just a piece of it. Ball knocked the helmet off.
Another one back out of play. The Indians doing a pretty good job of running that pitch count up a little bit here in the 3rd inning. And David Price. There's the 9th coming up in this at bat alone. Crowd desperately looking for something to cheer about. Bourne at first base with 2 outs. 2-0 Detroit in the 3rd. Inside, and now Aviles has run the count full. That'll get the crowd going a little bit.
Thus far, it's been a pretty good at bat for Aviles. And getting that pitch count up with David Price.
Bourne will be on the run here with a count of 3-2. Bouncing ball to second. And after a lengthy battle, Price will finally win it as Aviles grounds out. 3 in the books on a great day here in Cleveland. Heritage Park out beyond center field wall to Progressive Field.
The Tigers hitters, he was trying to overpower them. Ghost, he led off the game with a home run, solid single by Ian Kinsler, also solid single by Miguel Cabrera, but then he made an adjustment. He's gone to some slower breaking balls and changeups, and he's kept the Tigers hitters off balance. They've done very little against Kluber since the first inning.
Here is the comparison on the starting matchup, Price and Kluber and their numbers. See, Kluber has given up 6 hits, but he has struck out 6. And he will face Yoenis Cespedes as we begin things here in the 4th inning in Cleveland. Cespedes struck out swinging his first time up.
Yeah, they don't want to get Cespedes out with a fastball. That fastball by Kluber, just a show me fastball to Cespedes. He wants to throw him breaking balls in, get him out on that front foot.
Wave and a miss.
There you go.
Kluber struck out the side of the second, added 2 more in the third, and has settled in after giving up the 2 early runs in this game. And again, they stay away from Yoenis. 2 balls, 1 strike. Castellanos to follow, and then Alex Avila. Here's the 2-1. 3-1 on Cespedes. It's been a great start for one of the newest Tigers. 3 more hits yesterday. He's hit safely in all 4 that he's played in up until today with Detroit. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Bouncing ball right back to the mound. Kluber will handle this one. And Cespedes is 0 for 2 today. 1 out. Bring him Nick Castellanos. You were touching on this yesterday, Rod, in terms of the Indians starting to sign some of their core players. Corey Kluber signed a 5-year deal. They signed Carrasco as well. So recently, in the last couple of days, they've locked up 2 of their better pitchers.
And Corey Kluber, he went to management himself at the tail end of spring training, and he told them, I want to be an Indian for life. I'd like to sign a long-term deal. And, of course, he gets some security. And they buy him out of a number of years of free agency.
Castellanos looks at a strike 0-1.
And now it's going to be up to the Tigers hitters to make an adjustment back to Corey Kluber. You can't go up there looking for slow breaking balls. You still have to look for your fastball. But if you get yourself an account and you're not Now, you don't have 2 strikes on you. You can sit on a slow pitch if he continues to throw it.
Fastball up and in.
Most of the fastballs that he's thrown the last couple of innings, he's just kind of showing the Tigers fastballs out of the strike zone.
Inside, outside, inside, outside. Kluber now is trying to work both sides of the plate.
How about that swing back fastball? That ball started out 4 inches off the plate and somehow caught the outside corner.
Here's the 1-2. Castellanos a strikeout in the second. 2 for 5 in this series. He homered in the ball game yesterday, his first of the campaign, a 2-run shot. Fouled it away. Here's what we're talking about, locking some guys up, not just Kluber and Carrasco, but some of the other guys in recent years as well. Santana, Brantley, Gomes, and Kipnis. These are the last 2 off seasons. The Indians have been busy keeping their young players in Cleveland uniform. And that ball is fouled at home plate. That one got Gomes pretty good. Ground ball to short. Ramirez has this one sized up, and there are 2 gone. Hey, by the way, every weeknight, don't miss MLB Whip Around on Fox Sports 1 with highlights, instant analysis, and live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around is weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Two down now for Avila. Alex also a strikeout victim that came back in the second. Really, since the first inning, not able to get a whole lot going against Kluber. Ball 1 to Avila. Expect to see James McCann behind the dish tomorrow with T.J. House, a left-hander, throwing for the Cleveland Indians.
And James said he's very excited about making his first start of the 2015 season.
Ken able to come up last year in September to get a taste of the big leagues. Now the 1-0. And Avila backs out of there. 2-0 the count.
And it should be no issues for McCann and Lobstein to get on the same page tomorrow. They both spent the majority of the season last year in Toledo.
The 2-0. The entire left side of the infield is vacated against Avila. Here's Romine waiting on deck. And they are playing this shift almost exclusively. Every ball club plays this shift against Alex. He has shown a willingness, though, to go to the other way, and he can also hit with power the other way. There's a wave and a miss. 2-2 on Avila. Kluber already has 6 strikeouts. Full count. Swing and a miss to strike him out. The 7th strikeout of the ball game for Corey Kluber, who is locked in now. David Price goes back to work against 3, 4, and 5. Tire price period, Bell Tire. Myers, save big with M-Perks from Myers. Sign up at mperks.com. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. Back here at Progressive Field. It's that right field area we showed you yesterday, that new area that's been constructed. The corner.
That looks like the place to be, buddy.
Yeah, the corner of Carnegie and Ontario. It is the hopping area.
Get some nice sun over there, too.
Another good crowd here today in Cleveland for their 2nd home game of the season. Right now they're waiting for their Indians to do something offensively as David Price goes back to work. Jason Kipnis will lead it off for the Tribe. And he lines the first into center field, not hanging around. A solid single. The Indians have picked up just their 2nd hit of the game. And the guy that has the other one stepping in right now, that would be Santana. Santana now 3 for 4 with a double and an RBI in the series. In there for strike 1 on Carlos. Price 10 of 13 in first pitch strikes. And he's got himself a 2-0 lead here. Now the 0-1. Make it 0-2 on Santana. Led Major League Baseball in walks last year. In fact, became the first Indian to lead all of baseball in walks since 1919. It doesn't happen very often for the Indians, but they got a guy to lead the league in walks. Lead baseball in walks. 113 last year. Bautista, the only other guy with over 100. Joey Bats. 1-2 the count. Has Santana turned into what you expected he would be, or did you think maybe the ceiling was a little bit higher?
I think the ceiling is higher. He's got power from both sides of the plate. You talked about his ability to walk, so he sees the ball very nicely coming out of the pitcher's hands, but his swing is just way too big, especially with 2 strikes.
Thought about going after that last one, but let it go by.
You know, most guys that bat in the middle of the order, when there's runners on base, they'll shorten up a little bit. They'll try to take the ball the opposite way, but not Santana. If he gets a strike here from Price, he'll be swinging at it like he's trying to hit it out of the yard.
Swing and a miss. Case in point, and another strikeout for Price.
It's a fastball up, and unless you're really looking to try to do damage as Santana was, you don't swing at this. Especially with the eye that he has, that ball is up above the letters.
Right. 1-on-1 out now as Yan Gomes will step in.
That's one of the things that Ty Van Berkeley, the hitting coach of the Tribe, continues to work with Santana on, and that's cutting down his swing with 2 strikes, but he hasn't been able to get to him yet. Ground ball to the shortstop, be real nice here.
Gipnis at first base. He led off the inning with a single. Snap throw, and Miggy had to come off the bag. Boy, right now it's kind of switched because now Price is on the mound in the shade and Cabrera is in the sunlight. These 4 o'clock starts, man, they can wreak some havoc, can't they?
They can present some issues.
Strike called on Gomes. The upper reaches of the strike zone in that last pitch. That one a little bit high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Price now at 58 total pitches in this game, and of course David, we know, goes deep into ball games. He made 23 straight starts of at least 100 pitches last year. That was the longest streak in the American League. So typically on days when Price pitches, the bullpen guys kind of kick up their feet, watch a little baseball, chew some gum. 1-2 on Gomes. You think guys think that way, Rod, and show up at the ballpark, your reliever? Price is going today. I should be all right.
Well, his track record would think that they would have that kind of thought process. And very seldom does he get knocked out early.
Here's the 1-2. Off the plate, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Not only the pitchers, but also the manager, Brad Ausmus, probably has that same thought process on the day before David Price takes the ball. You know that you can pretty much empty your bullpen out if you need to, because Price typically doesn't need a lot of help.
Of course, the Tigers this year have had to find spots to bring their relievers in. The starting pitching has been so good so far. Swing and a miss by Gomes.
He is just throwing fastballs right by the majority of these right-handers. They can't catch up to it.
2 outs. Hey, see the Tigers battle the White Sox at Comerica Park Friday, April 17th at 1:08. First 10,000 fans receive a free April in the D fleece beanie courtesy of Fox Sports Detroit. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER, or if you'd like, visit tigers.com. So Price now with a pair of strikeouts faces Ryan Rayburn, who he struck out in the second inning.
And Kipnis has decent speed over at first base. He has stolen better than 20 bases on a couple of different occasions.
Ball 1. Kipnis stole 22 last year. Indians pretty much have been thwarted in this series so far, with the exception of the 1 inning they put up against Simon back in the 6th yesterday, and they scored 3 runs. But typically runs have been hard to come by for the Indians in the early going here. Bouncing ball to third. That is foul outside of the bag. 1-1 on Rayburn. Gorgeous day here in Cleveland. A little bit cooler today, but that's all right. Again, a strong breeze blowing out toward right field. And we see this every single season. Tiger fans travel to Cleveland quite well. He's not doing his homework, is he?
No, it's Easter break still, right. Isn't it?
It doesn't matter, man. These teachers these days, they'll give you homework over break. Swing and a miss. 1-2.
And because David has that legitimate swing and miss stuff today, the pitch count is going to get to him. He might be able to get through 7 here today, but the Tigers are going to need that bullpen this afternoon.
Even the count now, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Price gave up a leadoff single in the second, then he proceeded to strike out the side. He's trying to do the same thing here in the 4th after giving up the leadoff hit to Kipnis. Fly ball, right center field. Ghost going back. Martinez going back. Track. And in front of the wall, Ghost makes the catch. No runs and a hit. 1 man left.
ready to lead off this inning for the Tigers. And a bit of a surprise for many people to see him start at shortstop when Jose Iglesias had been performing so well, especially yesterday when he had 3 hits. I asked Romine about it. He said, I've been trying a lot of different positions at spring training. It's been a lot of fun, but I also understand whose job this is. When I asked him if there's pressure because of this offense to contribute, especially the way Iglesias is going, he's like, no, I'm doing whatever I possibly can to help this ball club. Mario, Ron, let's get this thing going here in this inning.
All right, Shep, thanks very much. And it'll be Romine to start things off here in the top of the 5th inning, facing Corey Kluber. It's a big game, Rod. When Shep shows up, Keats is up, we got all the big timers.
That's right. That's right.
It's a big series early in the season. Strike called on Romine. Romine goes Kinsler. Facing Kluber, who has put together 7 punch-outs in this game for the Indians. Here's the 0-1. Oh. Right off the foot of Romine, 0-2.
And really no stride here by Romine, already spread out, and that cut fastball at 87 hit right off the top of that right foot. Still trying to get the feeling back in the foot.
Romine had a single, swiped the bag back in the second, did not score though. Cut fastball seems to be that pitch now that everybody seems to be adding to their arsenal to give them something different. It seems to go in cycles. It used to be the changeup, now it's the cutter.
Right, and Kluber's one guy that's pretty much perfected it. They also have a reliever. Shaw has a really good cut fastball. See, Kluber's got the 2-seam fastball, which that was right there. He tried to swing it back over the inside corner. He's got the cutter, and he's got a 4-seam fastball, so he's got 3 different fastballs.
That is fouled away. Well, I'm not sure the Indians really knew what Kluber was going to develop into when they acquired him. But slowly but surely he has come up through the minor leagues, and all of a sudden he's just signed a 5-year deal. He is a Cy Young winner. Miss inside and low. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
It's a good at bat here by Andrew Romine, making his first start here today. Didn't play all that much down the stretch in spring training, but yet he's given the team 2 quality at bats.
And a walk. So the leadoff man on here in the 5th. Fans, don't forget to stay tuned to Tigers Live following the game, when we will select the Fox Sports Detroit Tigers Player of the Game. It is presented by the 2 for $5 Classic Quarter Pounder with Cheese. Stick around after the game. Tigers Live, our Tigers Player of the Game.
And we might see some type of activity here with Ghost, the hitter Romine over at first base. Brad Osman starting to realize that Kluber on top of his game. He's not going to give up much more here today, and you'd love to try to get Miggy or Victor to the plate with a runner in scoring position in this inning.
There's a drag bunt that goes foul, first base side. Yeah, there comes a point in the game, especially with a guy like Kluber on the mound, you wonder how many more opportunities he will have to do some damage. Although Kluber's pitch count now is at 75. Ghost started the game off with a home run, his first of the year.
We pretty much saw the entire bullpen yesterday evening that Terry Francona has, with the exception of Cody Allen.
And again, he offered the bunt. This time he pulled it back.
Ghost has the kind of speed that he doesn't have to rush when bunting. What you simply have to do is you have to make sure you get the ball down exactly where you want to, and then you run, because with your speed, it's still going to be very difficult for the infielders to throw you out.
Romine back. I would think it's something that would be difficult to do because of human nature. You feel that you're trying to beat a base hit out, so you try and cheat as much as you can and maybe forego some of the form that you need.
That's why you don't see a whole lot of guys bunting these days. There's a lot of guys that really just don't have the confidence to do so.
No sign of bunt there as he swings right through it, 1-2. Ghost homer and a strikeout today. We saw what his speed can do yesterday in that bunt back to the mound that resulted in a throwing error by one of the Indians pitchers that, had he just cleanly fielded the ball and taken his time, would have thrown Ghost out. But he rushed that throw, and it ended up in right field.
Zepchinski.
Is that who it was?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
If you're Romine, you have to anticipate that Kluber might just try to throw a breaking ball to get a strikeout here against Ghost. And if he does bounce one, you have to be ready to advance 90 feet. Romine has already stolen the base in this game.
And Kluber keeping a very close eye on him. Kluber last year had the highest WAR of any American League pitcher, 7.4. Wins above replacement. Swing and a miss. Ghost is out on strikes. He has struck out Anthony twice in this game, and now a total of 8. We'll bring up Ian Kinsler.
Number 3, Ian Kinsler.
Kinsler loves the month of April. Been pretty good. 302 in his career.
He also scores a lot of runs because of the numbers that are favorable. It's always nice to get off to a good start.
You're not digging yourself out in May and June. Here goes the runner. Gomes with a bullet down to second and out at second base. Romine cut down that time, and a much better throw by Gomes.
There are not many catchers in the American League that have quicker releases and stronger arms than Ghost. Really the only guy I can think of is Salvador Perez in Kansas City.
Gomes, you mean?
There are not many that have the same kind of quick release as Gomes. And Salvador Perez is one guy that does have a very quick release and a strong arm too.
Here's the 0-1.
He hung him a breaking ball there. Ian couldn't pull the trigger. It's a good ball to hit right here.
Hit me, hit me. Right at the belt. That's in there for a strike. Now the 1-2. Bouncer back up the middle. That's going to get into center field. Base hit. It's a 2-hit game for Kinsler.
And Miguel's already had a very positive day, and Menard brings you the big money encounter. Miggy's first time up, he got a fastball in, ripped the ball to left field. He was able to drive in a run, and then he came up in the third inning, and after every single pitch was away, he finally got one over the harder plate and ripped that one right back through the center of the diamond.
Well, it would be nice to add to this 2-0 lead. The Tigers got a couple of runs in the first. They've not been able to do anything against Kluber since.
Let me check that. Miggy did not drive in a run here today. Tigers' second run was scored on a double play ball off the bat of Victor.
Maybe he's about to. High fly ball, shallow center field. Bourne coming in. And that is that for Detroit. No runs. Walk, a hit. One man left. The Detroit Tigers' David Price will go back to the mound here in Cleveland today. Here are the numbers so far on Price. A couple of hits over 4 innings and 5 strikeouts to his credit.
David also 11 of 15 in first pitch strikes so far here today.
He will face the bottom third of the Cleveland lineup here in the 5th inning. Jerry Sands leads it off.
He needs about a 10-pitch inning here.
0-1. Yeah, that would be nice because the pitch count is a little bit elevated here.
He threw just 100 on Monday. He could be stretched to 110 here today if they chose to do so.
Way outside.
And here's our Xfinity high-speed pitch on David Price so far today. 96, his top fastball. That came back in the 2nd inning where 8 of the 17 pitches he threw were 95 miles an hour and above.
Sands a couple of years ago was involved in that big trade the Dodgers and Red Sox pulled off, where the Red Sox kind of cleaned house. They sent Crawford and Gonzalez and Beckett out to the West Coast. Sands went to Boston briefly. Of course, he played in the big leagues last year with Tampa. Fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Jerry Sands. Only 2 Cleveland hits today, and both of them singles. One by Kipnis, one by Santana. Price has fanned 5 in this game. Three and 2. There's Lonnie Chisenhall waiting on deck. Fouled away.
They don't have a lot of hits today, but the Tribe are doing a very nice job of making David Price work awfully hard out there today. Already 72 pitches, and he does not have one out in the 5th. and which was their goal coming into the game, to get David Price out of the contest as soon as possible and to get into the Tigers bullpen.
Yeah, and that bullpen will be a factor today, one way or another. Oh, look down right by Price into center field, and Sands with a bullet of a single up the middle. Third hit of the game for Cleveland.
It's a fastball down and away, and Sands simply went right with the pitch.
Now Chisenhall. All three of the Indians' hits today have come to lead off an inning. Fly out to left for Chisenhall. He is 0 for 3 in the series. Driven to right field. Hit well. JD going back, edge of the track to make the catch.
They have had Chisenhall play perfectly today.
Yeah, that's twice now. Both times he's hit the ball pretty good, too.
Yep. And Dave Clark moving the outfielders around.
Ramirez now with one out. Base on balls back in the third for Jose. Fouled away 0-1.
Very aggressive now are the Cleveland Indians hitters, especially on the first pitch fastballs that David is throwing.
Wave and a miss. So quickly now it's 0-2. How good has the Tigers pitching been so far? Look at this ERA.
4 earned runs in over 40 innings pitched so far.
Jeff Jones awfully happy with the start. Wave and a miss. Ramirez down on strikes. So give Price his 6th strikeout of this contest.
Price is just dotting the outside corner with the 95-mile-per-hour fastball with regularity. Avila's not even moving the glove.
And we say this often, Rod, but how many times do you see a guy that throws as hard as he does with the type of command that he has?
Not very often.
I mean, usually you either have one or the other.
He has so few moving parts. Whether he's in the stretch or in the windup, which allows him to keep that front shoulder on the target, keep the head still, and allows him to throw a lot of strikes. He thought that was a strike there. He felt like Dale Scott missed that breaking ball.
Bourne is 0 for 2, couple of strikeouts. Fly ball left field, chasing Cespedes back. He was playing shallow, but he'll get there. And Price pitching around the leadoff single. He's been awesome again today. 6th inning, and here's the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. Tomorrow, Kyle Lobstein, TJ House.
A couple of left-handers.
Lobstein in the rotation with the Verlander on the disabled list. Kyle pitched well for the Tigers last year after he was called up. Meanwhile, another nice, well, it's turning into evening here as we cross over to the 6 o'clock hour. Tigers and Indians. Tigers got 2 runs in the first inning, and it has held up. Let's see if they can add more here to the numbers of Corey Kluber, who has given up 7 hits, but he has struck out 8 in the game. Victor Martinez, J.D. Martinez, Yoenis Cespedes. There's a strike on the outer edge, 0-1.
A little change up there thrown by Kluber. And Kluber pitching very smart out there. Lots of off-speed pitches, whether it be the curveball or the changeup. Not just trying to overpower the Tigers with fastball as he has done in the past.
Victor again dealing with the shift here. I was reading an article on Mark Teixeira, the Yankees, who was talking about he spent a lot of time in spring training this year working on beating the shift. And what does that mean? Well, this is the type of shift that Teixeira would see as well as Martinez does. And he was saying, you know, I'm working on not opening up as much, not cheating as much, and hitting the ball the other way. And maybe, Rod, these shifts will, I don't know, make some guys better all-around hitters. Who knows?
I think it will make some guys better overall hitters, but guys have to check their egos at the door when they see this type of shift. They have to be willing to hit the ball the other way, and it's awfully inviting in Yankee Stadium for left-handed batters to try to hit the ball over that very short porch, only 314 feet from home plate.
Yeah, that certainly is going to take some discipline, at least for Teixeira.
Also, Brian McCann, the catcher of the New York Yankees, gets shifted this exact same way, and he's trying to make some adjustments by hitting the ball the other way.
Well, I think you're seeing some guys now having some hits taken away, and so they are adjusting now, and this is just the way the game is going, so they're adapting as well.
What are you saying? The shift's messing with their money now?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. You start messing with the money, you start making some adjustments. There's a foul back out of play, 3-2.
What are you saying? When you go in there and negotiate, you can't tell the general manager, well, if they wouldn't have shifted me, I would have had a lot more hits.
Yeah, that argument probably doesn't hold any water.
Victor will take the ball the opposite way with 2 strikes. And there's a huge hole on that side for Victor to get himself a single.
J.D. Martinez on deck. And then Yoenis Cespedes. These are the 4, 5, and 6 hitters in the Detroit lineup. Kluber's 3-2. Swing and a miss. And Martinez down on strikes.
We're going to make it our bell tire pitch by pitch. First pitch changeup thrown by Kluber beautifully over the plate. Then he shows Victor the fastball. And even though they're playing Victor the opposite way, the majority of the pitches that he threw up there to Victor all outside, and Victor finally left the strike zone to swing at strike 3 for the 9th strikeout of the afternoon for Kluber.
Now Martinez single and a strikeout in this one. Looks like the White Sox got their first victory of the season. They beat Minnesota today 5-4.
Yeah, they were trailing in that game.
Boy, do they need a win. They started the year 0-4. Ground ball foul, third base side.
It's never a good thing to get off to a very poor start, especially when a lot of the experts across the country were picking your team as one of the teams that has a legitimate chance of getting to the playoffs with all the moves that they made.
One ball and 1 strike. Make it 2-1 now, the count on JD. 1 for 8 in the series for Martinez. Kluber is trying to get his 10th strikeout of this game. He's sitting in 9 right now. And there were a couple of games last year. He had consecutive 14 strikeout games in the month of September. And really, Rod, that's when he started pulling ahead in the Cy Young race.
He also won 5 games in the month of September. And with all those strikeouts in, you're absolutely right, because going into the month of September, I think most people had Felix Hernandez winning the Cy Young.
The other thing he did really well last year, which you would expect from a Cy Young winner, is becoming a stopper. He was 9-3 following an Indians loss last season. 2-2 is fouled back out of play. Kluber, we mentioned, signed the big contract. Also some options for the 2020 and 2021 season.
He was dominant against most of baseball, but against the Tigers, he had 1 win and 2 losses, in the ERA. It was over 4.
Otherwise, those Cy Young numbers would have been even better had he not faced the Tigers last year. Another foul back out of play. Yoenis Cespedes waiting on deck. Well, now JD gets time. Both of these aces here today, whether it's Price or Kluber, they both kind of go about their business in the same way. They're both very methodical. They never rush.
Simple deliveries, not a lot of moving parts.
Had him reaching that time, and he lifts a fly ball to right center. Jerry Sands hauls it in, 2 gone.
Indians had to get some activity in their bullpen with the fact that Kluber's closing in on 100 pitches.
That would be Mark Zepchinski. Terry Francona, former manager of the year a couple of years ago, 2013 for the Indians. High expectations in Cleveland again this year. And I'd be willing to say there's high expectations really in every city in the Central Division, maybe with the exception of the Minnesota Twins.
I would agree with that.
White Sox with the moves they've made. The Royals got to the World Series last year, and Cleveland's certainly considered a contender.
Royals off to a really good start. 4-0.
You know, we wondered if that bullpen in KC could duplicate what they did last year. It's going to be tough, but their bullpen already this season has not given up a run. And they've thrown a lot of innings.
Everybody coming out of that bullpen for Kansas City from the 7th inning on are 97 miles an hour and above with their fastball, and they've all got some decent secondary pitches.
Strike called on Cespedes. 2-1. Royals have 11 scoreless innings out of their bullpen to start the year. Here are the numbers on Kluber. He's reached 100 now. A little bit off the plate there. 3-1.
If Kluber decides to throw Cespedes a fastball here, Cespedes, no doubt, is going to take a very healthy cut. Like they're going to a breaking ball.
Bouncer back up the middle. Kipnis had him played nicely. Cespedes is out. Corey Kluber, a 1-2-3-6.
The delivery here of David Price. Couple of different pitches here. One is a changeup, one is a fastball, but the key is that he gives you the same arm slot and the same window that he throws out of and the same arm speed, so you really can't tell which pitch is coming, and that's why it's been so difficult for the Cleveland Indians to catch up to David Price here today.
Well, Mike Aviles will start it off here in the bottom of the 6th. Price really has not had a big cushion. It looked like he might. The Tigers got a couple of quick runs against Kluber, but nothing since.
Yeah, he's had to work here today.
Aviles, Kipnis, and Santana, the 2, 3, 4 hitters for Terry Francona. One ball, one strike. 15-20, first pitch strikes for Price. In fact, no runner has advanced past first base for Cleveland today. We've gotten 3 singles all to lead off innings.
And back-to-back breaking balls that he missed there to Aviles with. He'll throw that fastball on the black outside and let Aviles hit it as far as he can to center field or right field, where J.D. Martinez and Ghosts will be waiting for it.
Three and one. Aviles to fly ball and a ground out. And there's ball 4. So another leadoff base runner for Cleveland. Did not miss by a whole lot with that last one.
And I didn't particularly care for the pitch sequence there to Aviles. After getting ahead with the first pitch, he came back and threw 3 straight breaking balls, all 3 he missed with, and then finally missing with that fastball up.
Second walk of the evening for David Price, and now Jason Kipnis stands in.
And Kipnis, his last time up, solid single, right back up the middle on the first pitch.
Perhaps the biggest inning of the game now for Price, because he's dealing with the middle of the lineup for the Indians, and he's walked the leadoff man. Oh, 1 on Kipnis. Single and a fly ball. His season really affected last year by an oblique injury that he had late in April and could never really get going. One ball, one strike. Two and one. Indians got a leadoff single in the second, leadoff single in the fourth, leadoff single in the fifth, and now a leadoff walk here in the sixth. They just have not been able to do anything with any of those base runners. And a foul straight back.
He got some help there from Kipnis. That fastball was up and out of the strike zone, and Kipnis knows it.
David at 88 now in the pitch count. Driven to center field, right it goes. Anthony goes back to make the play. First out of the inning, runner has to hold. Fans, you can follow the Tigers all season long in 2015 with MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat, it's up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, and a whole lot more. Get MLB.com at Bat for your smartphone or your tablet. So with one out, here is Carlos Santana. Single strikeout today for Santana. And a strike called on Santana. Bullpen working now for the Tigers. 90th pitch thrown there by David Price. Albuquerque is the righty and Gorsalani is the lefty. The 0-1 pitch outside, and the count evens now. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tiger bullpen, although it hasn't been used a whole lot this year, has been pretty good. 11 1/3 for the Tiger pen, only 2 earned runs. Strike call. There's Santana behind in the count now, much to his chagrin.
That's one of the few times Dale Scott has called that fastball inside a strike for David.
Dale Scott, the crew chief for this 4-man crew here in Cleveland.
There's really no need in throwing Santana a strike. He'll chase here.
Here's the 1-2. Double 2 RBIs in the ball game yesterday for Santana. One of the 3 hits in today's game for Cleveland.
And Santana's got that high leg kick and doesn't get cheated when standing in that batter's box. Takes a healthy cut.
Count evens up now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Price in his first start with the Tigers this year against Minnesota threw 101 pitches. He's at 94 right now. Quite a few fly ball outs in this game to go with his 6 strikeouts. 2-2. 3-2 on Santana.
It might be awfully risky here for Terry Francona to start Aviles, who's on first base on the pitch. Because of a strikeout, Aviles would be thrown out by Alex at second.
And then you think on the other side of things, they've had so much trouble just getting anything going that he just might do it, but there is a lot of risk involved here.
Going fastball inside. Get it in there.
Runner holds and he missed, and that's another base on balls, and the Indians now have the tying runs on.
It might be a good time for a visit from Jeff.
And here he comes. Yan Gomes, the hitter, due up. And while they talk about that, we'll talk about this. It is indeed April in the D on Fox Sports Detroit. You could visit the life-size bobbleheads of Detroit Tigers Victor Martinez And Ian Kinsler at the GM Renaissance Center in downtown Detroit. If you'd like more information on April in the D, visit foxsportsdetroit.com. Brad Ausmus has the wheels turning now with a couple of walks from Price here in the 6th. So here is Yan Gomes. He has had a tough day at the office today. Gomes has struck out twice.
Yeah, he's had a very difficult time of catching up to the Price fastball so far.
But he's got himself a grand opportunity here with the tying runs on in the 6th inning, 1 out. Off the end of the bat, 0-1. This is the first inning in the game. The Indians have gotten a runner past first base. 3 walks now for Price to go with his 6 strikeouts. Well, Gomes hit into a huge double play yesterday. How about another one here today? Bouncing ball back to the mound. Price will throw it in the dirt, and it bounces in. Everybody is safe. David short-armed it. Now the Indians are in business.
And David had a lot more time than he thought. Once he got the ball, he just kind of threw it from a sidearm angle and simply bounced it to Ian Kinsler. Kinsler couldn't help him out, but he had much more time here to get the ball to Ian Kinsler. Man, that's a double play ball to get yourself out of the inning.
Oh, and he knew it immediately after he threw that ball. It was trouble. So they are loaded up now with only 1 out, and Ryan Rayburn stepping in.
And Rayburn really the only member on their team that has good numbers against Price in his career.
Tying run has moved into scoring position. 2-0 Detroit. Bases loaded for Cleveland and 1 out. Swing and a miss. Got a piece of it. 0-1 on Rayburn. Fly ball to center field his last time up, 0-2. Indians still have only 3 hits in this game. A couple of walks and an error. Loading the bases in this frame. High fly ball center field. Ghost going back. Still going back. Edge of the track. This will get a run in. Aviles will tag and score. Santana goes to third. And it's 2-1. Two outs. Here's the breakdown after 100 pitches for Price. 60 strikes. And Jerry Sands, who had a sharp single to center field his last time up. Got the tying run at third base. One for 2 for Sands. Fouled away. Tardy in the fastball, 0-1. 2 walks in the inning as one has come around to score for the Indians. Tigers got 2 against Kluber in the first, but then he shut the door from that point on, and now the Indians have finally gotten to Price. Outside, 1-1. How about this? Sands was called up from the minor leagues yesterday. Now they're chanting his name today.
Welcome to the big league, young man.
An opportunity to deliver a big hit. Fouled away, 1-2. And Vila now is going to take an opportunity to walk out to the mound.
Yeah, Vila's going to make sure they're on the same page here. It's a couple fastballs that Sands has been all over. Vila, he can read when a guy is getting a good swing against you. Might not be a bad time to pull the string on him. Either throw him a curveball down or a changeup down. But if Vila does call for that pitch, he knows he has to get down and block it. And with a runner on third base.
Driven to right center field. That ball is trouble. It's going to get down and go to the wall. This is going to give Cleveland the lead. Gums rounding third. Throw to the plate is late. It's a double for Sands, and it's 3-2 Cleveland. Second hit of the game for Jerry Sands.
Jerry Sands has taken the best swings against David Price here today of any of his teammates. On the previous fastball, he fouled it straight back. Avila went out to talk to David, but they came right back with the same exact pitch. But Sands, he shortened up his swing and found a gap in right center field to drive Gomes in all the way from first base.
That'll be it for David Price. He'll depart. Tigers.
The contest. Let's take a look at the big boy, big play of the game. We're going to give it to Jerry Sands. Just called up to face the next two left-handers. Every fastball away from him as it was his last time up. He threw the previous pitch that he had a good swing at. Avila went out to talk to David, but they came right back with that same fastball, and Sands doubled and drove in a huge 2 runs.
Huge indeed, and David Price's numbers look like this: 5 2/3, 4 hits to this point, 3 runs. He is responsible for Sands at second. And the Tigers have gone to the bullpen now. Tom Gorsalani will check in. Facing Lonnie Chisenhall last season with Milwaukee.
Outstanding earned run average last year for Gorsalani, under 1.
Indians now looking for an insurance run. Oh, 1 the count on Chisenhall. A couple of fly ball outs. Indians have just 4 hits this afternoon. The biggest has just been delivered by Sands, knocking Price out of the game. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Kinsler on the backhand. And that'll be it for Chisenhall and the Indians. However, they have claimed their first lead of the day. They go to the 7th. Our scores. We go to the top of the 7th. A 3-run inning has given Corey Kluber the lead.
And Kluber already over 100 pitches. He's thrown 102 to this point. They're going to try to stretch him for 1 more inning.
The Tigers are trailing for the first time this season. Here are the numbers on Kluber. And he'll go back to work now in the 7th inning. He's got the bottom 3, Castellanos, Sevilla, and Romine. Nick is 0 for 2, strikeout, ground out. Kluber got the Tigers 1, 2, 3 in the 6th. First pitch outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Kluber will start the 7th inning, but there is action in their bullpen. Zepchinski has been joined now by Brian Shaw. Here's the 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike on Castellanos. Nick 2 out of 6 in the series. Kluber with 9 strikeouts, gave up 2 in the first, a home run by Gose, and then a double play ball with 2 men on, scored another run. That's it. He slings that one outside. 2-1. Avila waiting on deck. Two and 2.
That cutter is a lethal pitch for Kluber. Looks just like a fastball coming out of his hand, a straight fastball, and then you start your swing, and the ball ends up on the outside corner. Almost has slider action to it.
swing and a miss. And Castellanos is out, 1 gone in the 7th. That'll make it an even 10 in the strikeout column now for Kluber. 14th career start with 10 or more strikeouts. And here comes Terry Francona. He'll take the baseball. Big round of applause coming for Corey Kluber as the Indians go to the bullpen. Kluber, a leadoff home run by Anthony Gose.
That's really all they've been able to do against him after that. Kinsler, he singled. Miguel Cabrera singled. Then Victor Martinez hit into a double play with no one out and a runner on third base. So they were able to plate that one more run. But Kluber made a nice adjustment coming out in the second inning. Started throwing the Tigers more breaking balls and changeups, and he struck out 10 here today.
Well, he's giving way now after the strikeout to Castellanos. It'll be Mark Zepchinski coming out of the bullpen.
Well, they've got a good bullpen, even though they've got some age out there with Zepchinski and Atchison and Shaw. Terry Francona really leans on these guys heavily.
Avila will not hit. It'll be James McCann coming off the bench to pinch hit. Brad Ausmus using one of his right-handed bats against the lefty Zepchinski. And McCann looks at strike one. McCann had an RBI hit on Wednesday against Minnesota. First career RBI. It'll bounce in. 1 ball, 1 strike. So this one now will be decided by the bullpens. A 3-2 Cleveland lead in the 7th. Two and one. McCann had a really good year last year in the minor leagues and won the backup job in spring training this camp to back up Alex Avila. Bouncing ball left side deep in the hole from the grass. Ramirez's throw is a 1-hopper, a 2-hopper, not in time.
And Ramirez showed some really nice range getting to the grass to make a play on that ball, but not going to get McCann. That's about 4 or 5 steps deep onto the left field grass.
Tying run on now for the Tigers. And we'll make it 8 hits now for Detroit. Here's Romine. Single walk, stolen base in this game for Andrew. Fouled away 0-1.
Had a nice conversation with Romine tail end of spring training, and he just was talking about the fact that from the right side he just really hadn't been able to get his bat going all spring. Left-handed was no problem, but right-handed said he was just searching for it. And he's a natural right-handed hitter.
Romine, like Perez, had a lot on his plate in spring training, learning a lot of different positions. And they even had those two guys catching in the minor leagues. Splits last season. Gomes blocks it.
A nice fastball friendly count here coming for Andrew Romine.
Zemchinski misses again, and the count goes to 3-1. Top of the order, lurking Anthony Gose. Lost him, ball 4.
Anthony Gose has had a nice day. As a matter of fact, Gose has really had a nice year. He got it going in the very first inning against Corey Kluber, hitting his first home run as a Tiger. First leadoff home run, and then he's done his best to prevent them from scoring runs. Came in, made a really nice diving grab off the bat of Jason Kipnis. Then he went way in the left center field to take away a double, all the way over to right center field. So he's had his track shoes on today.
Meanwhile, Gose will give way now to Rajai Davis, and with that, a counter move coming up with the manager Francona coming out. Zemchinski faced two batters out of the bullpen, a single and a walk. And Brian Shaw now will be summoned out of the bullpen for the Indians. Will step aside. Against the Cleveland bullpen. They've gone back to that pen. The right-hander will come out now. That would be Brian Shaw.
And Shaw pitched in 80 games last year, had really good numbers. The ERA at 2.59, 64 strikeouts against 22 base on balls. And for the most part, Brian features just one pitch these days. That's his cut fastball.
So here's Rajai Davis pinch hitting for Ghosts.
Yeah, Rajai Davis hasn't played since the opener on Monday afternoon.
Rajai batted .282 last year. Tigers now have the tying run at second, go ahead run at first.
Rajai better in these type of situations last year with runners on versus hitting with the bases empty.
Davis was 0 for 3 in that opening victory against the Minnesota Twins. And it's flared in the air to right field, right at Sands, who makes the catch. Runners will hold. So Davis retired for the second out of the inning. They're starting to chant Jerry again. Just a simple catch in right field gets your name chanted when you drive in 2 to put your team ahead. Here's Kinsler. 2 singles runs scored for Ian Kinsler in this game. So that Indians bullpen going to have to go through the heart of the Tigers lineup at least once more. Line drive right field, slicing Sands, diving, can't get it, it'll drop in. McCann rounding third, he's coming home and he scores. Kinsler gets it done with a single to right field, and we are tied at 3.
Ian Kinsler now 3 for 7 in his career. Against Shaw. And just a nice approach here. Ian Kinsler driving the ball the other way. It was a good approach by Rajai Davis as well. Both guys knowing that they were going to get that cut fastball away from them, from Brian Shaw.
And Sands fortunate that ball didn't get by him and rolled to the corner. 6th RBI of the year now for Kinsler, and the Tigers have a chance to break the tie here with 2 outs.
And so no decisions today for both starters, Price and Kluber.
Miguel 2 out of 3 this afternoon, couple of singles.
And Michael Bourne in center field shades Miguel Cabrera to the second base side out in center field. But also playing very shallow, as is Jerry Sands in right field.
Miggy lines one foul, back out of play. 2 for 8 against Shaw career. Tigers 407 with runners in scoring position and 2 outs this year. 407. Kluber struck out Castellanos to start the inning. And Zaczynski came out, gave up a single and a walk. Now Cabrera in search of the 2-out hit to break the tie. Right back up the middle into center field. He's got another hit, his 3rd of the game. And the Tigers, just like that, go right back on top.
What an unselfish play. I mean, you have a guy standing in the batter's box that hits 30 home runs a year and drives in 100 runs every single season, but you can tell by this swing, Miguel was in his 2-strike approach. He didn't even lift the front foot off the ground. He was simply just concentrating on trying to put the ball in play. He pulled his hands in nicely and ripped a solid single right back up the middle. Take a look at the front leg, though. That's his emergency stance.
3 for 4 today. Cabrera has his 4th RBI.
He had 3 hits yesterday too, didn't he?
He did. He was 3 for 5. No decision for Corey Kluber. Now Victor Martinez.
And 5 of the 6 hits that Miggy has in this series have either gone up the middle or to right field.
1 ball and no strikes on Victor. 0 for 3 in this game for Martinez. We've talked about the depth of this Tigers lineup, but 8 and 9 got it going here in the 7th inning. McCann pinch hitting and Romine. That's outside.
Romine's had 3 quality at bats, and this is the first time he's really played all year.
Here's the 2-0. Big swing by Victor. Snap throw down to second. Save. Ooh, that was close. Jones doesn't mess around.
He sure doesn't. He's got a cannon for an arm. Ian Kinsler with a very aggressive secondary lead. Ball nearly hit Ian Kinsler in the head.
Gomes wanted the call, didn't get it. And now Martinez gone ahead of the count, 3-1. JD Martinez waiting on deck. Scott Atchison is warming up in the Indians bullpen. RBIs in the inning for Kinsler and Cabrera. Tigers fell behind 3-2. They've jumped back on top 4-3. Swing and a miss.
And Victor left the strike zone, and because he took that huge swing, that surgically repaired knee, and he kind of gave on him for a moment.
That just does not look good.
And very seldom do we see Victor take rips like that. Victor will get a couple of days off in Pittsburgh.
3-2 on Victor Martinez. Drill to center field. That is going to drop. Base hit. Kinsler coming around to score. Martinez gets it done. 3 straight RBI hits for the Tigers.
Let's take a look at the previous swing before the base hit. Victor on the 3-1 count really lets it all hang out, and then he comes back on the 3-2 count, and he just simply shortens up to put the ball in play, and that's why Victor drives in as many runs as he's able to drive in. Kevin Rand along with Brad Osmus out there to check on Victor.
Victor just did not look good when he got to first base. The look on his face, I think they're trying to tell him, look, if you need to come out, let's take you out.
Well, if you're going to err on the side of caution, I mean, obviously that's where you want to err with Victor.
So back to the bullpen they go. Victor is going to come out of the game. We'll be back to sort it out. Martinez will hit now, and Victor Martinez coming out of the ball game, so it looked like the Tigers didn't want to mess around down there, and Hernan Perez will pinch run at first base. You could tell Victor was hurting in that last swing, and then he drives one to center field and not get a run. Atchison made 70 appearances last year, and his first pitch is lined to short to end the inning. But it's a big inning. 3 runs for the Tigers. We stretch in Cleveland. Fast. The Tigers answer with 3 of their own in the top of the 7th. And we go to the stretch here in Cleveland with the Tigers back on top by 2. Gorsolani is still out there.
One of the things that we talked about quite often with the Tigers team last year was the fact that if you're a pitcher on the Tigers team and you go out there and give up 3 or 4 runs, it's a pretty good chance your offense is going to be able to bail you out and score enough for you to win. In the last couple of years against the Tribe, the Tigers have averaged over 5 runs a game.
Here are the changes defensively. McCann stays in the game. So does Rajai Davis. Well, let's see if the bullpen can hold it now as we head to the bottom of the 7th. Gorsolani brings home a strike call.
And Gorsolani throws off the third base side of the rubber, which allows him to get his fastball inside to the right-handed batters. He doesn't throw very hard, so he needs to take advantage of everything that he can. As you can see where he stands on that rubber, it's on the way extreme of the third base side.
Jose Ramirez leading it off. There is action in the Detroit bullpen. Ian Kroll, the left-hander, and Al Albuquerque, the right-hander. Ramirez a walk and a strikeout in this game. Pops a bunt foul.
Well, Brad Ausmus may as well use as many left-handers as he can here the remainder of the way until you need a closing situation with Soria, because Terry Francona has so many left-handed bats on his bench. He's got David Murphy on his bench. He's got Moss on his bench.
Here's the 1-2. Lifted back out of play.
Michael Brantley also on the bench, although Michael Brantley could not start the game today because of back spasms. He's been going through that since spring training began.
Yeah, you wonder if he could pinch hit in this game today. Of course, that question probably will be answered before this game is over. Another foul down the right field line.
You have to credit the Cleveland Indians batters, though. They did a nice job today against David Price, getting that pinch count up and then finally scoring some runs off of him in that last half inning.
They were able to grab a 3-2 lead. Bouncing ball left side, going to find a hole, base hit.
And not good location there with the breaking ball thrown by Gorzolani to Ramirez. He hung it with 2 strikes.
Michael Bourne will stand in. Bourne in the ball game is 0 for 3. And Ben's low and away 1-0. Indians have only 5 hits today. Their biggest, the 2-run double by Jerry Sands back in the 6th. Tried to get out of the way and fouled it off. Gorzolani's big league career began in Pittsburgh back in 2005. Had some success in the rotation for the Pirates. In fact, was a 14-game winner back in 07. Making 32 starts that year. But he pitched exclusively out of the bullpen for Milwaukee last season. Here's the 1-1. Lifted toward left, slicing toward the stands. Cespedes runs out of room. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Michael Bourne. Leadoff single by Jose Ramirez. 5-3 Tigers in the 7th. To wrap up the series here with a day game tomorrow, 1 o'clock start. Technically 1:10 start. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. So Bourne is dispatched.
It's a nice job here by Gorzolani getting ahead of Michael Bourne and then expanding the strike zone.
Fans, don't forget it's April in the D on Fox Sports Detroit. Join us again tomorrow, Fox Sports Detroit Plus, when the Tigers wrap up their series with the Indians. Our coverage begins at 12:30. That's when Tigers Live will start. Tigers Indians tomorrow at 12:30 on Fox Sports Detroit Plus. 1 gone for Mike Aviles. The bullpen certainly was one of the big issues last year for the Tigers, and something that many folks had kept their eye on as spring training unfolded this year. There's a ball outside. And the Tigers are hopeful of having improved numbers out of the bullpen, and so far the pen has done a pretty good job.
Well, they'll need as much to improve on last year's numbers if they're going to get to where they want to get to, and that's to win a championship.
Here's a strike call. Tiger pen throwing 7 in a 3rd innings coming into play today, allowing just the 1 run. Gorzolani came on in the 6th, got Chisenhall to ground out, quieting the rally for the Indians. And now trying to get through the 7th inning. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Kinsler backhanding. Romine relaying, and that is a double play. Sharply hit ball, but it goes 4-6-3. Gorzolani does his job. 7 in the books in Cleveland.
half of the 7th inning, trailing by 1 run, but pinch hitter James McCann singled infield single variety, and then you had a base on balls by Romine, single the opposite way by Ian to drive in 1 run. Miggy gave himself up. Harmless single right back up the middle, as did Victor Martinez, and the Tigers now leading again in this contest 5-3.
That was freaky fast.
Yes, it was.
We've got a new pitcher on now for the Cleveland Indians. It's the former Minnesota Twin, Anthony Swarzak.
And Swarzak will go anywhere from 88 to 92 with his fastball. He has all 4 pitches, the slider, the curveball, and the changeup. Doesn't walk a lot of people. He's always around the plate, not overpowering.
Yoenis Cespedes will lead it off facing Swarzak. Cespedes, Castellanos, McCann. Hitless today. Yoenis has hit safely in each of the first 4, but he'll try and keep that streak going with a hit here in the 8th inning. A couple of groundouts and a strikeout against Corey Kluber. First pitch is in for a strikeout, Cespedes. Yoenis had 3 hits in yesterday's ball game. Tigers as a team today, again, double digits. They have 11. Oh, 2. Swarzak last year, 50 appearances, 4 starts. He had done most of his work last couple of years out of the bullpen for Minnesota. Here's the 0-2. Up and in, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Castellanos waiting on deck. Slow roller toward third. Chisenhall had to hurry, and man, he got rid of that thing quickly. That's an 0 for 4 now for Cespedes, 1 out.
Batting for Detroit, third baseman Nick Castellanos.
And Cespedes gets out of the batter's box rather quickly. Yeah, because that's where his momentum was carrying him, because he was fooled and out on that front foot, and it made that play close. And he's tried to pull everything today, Cespedes. He's been pulling off the ball with his front shoulder, whereas in the previous 4 games, he'd been taking that ball the other way.
Now Castellanos 0 for 3. Swing and a miss. Nick has fanned a couple of times. 2 of the 10 that Kluber put up this afternoon / this evening. Strike on the outer edge. Nick didn't like it. Castellanos homered in yesterday's game. Just got a piece of that one to foul it off. Tigers got 2 runs in the first inning today. Did not score again until they got 3 in the 7th. Kluber today was the epitome of that saying, where when you go up against aces from another team, get them early, because if you don't, they settle in and it's usually lights out.
He also did a very nice job of making an adjustment after the first inning. And there are times where pitchers, they don't make the adjustments as fast as he made today. Tigers are all over his fastball in the first inning, so he started throwing a lot more breaking balls.
Swarzak again with the 0-2. And it's low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. James McCann will be next. He's in the on-deck circle. Ground ball to second. Easy play, Kipnis. 2 up, 2 down, couple of ground ball outs.
Now batting for Detroit is the catcher.
Here goes McCann. Pinch hit single in his last at bat, so he's still batting 1,000. 2 for 2 this year.
That's one of the biggest at bats of the day so far. That pinch hit single by McCann in the 7th.
Yeah, no doubt, because Kluber had struck out Castellanos to start the inning, and that was it for Kluber. Then the base hit, the walk to Romine.
Call Sam, call of the game. The pinch hit, single by McCann, driven in by Ian Kinsler.
And McCann rolls that one to short to end the inning. 3 ground ball outs. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers. Here comes the bottom of the 8th. And tonight on Fox Sports Live, they've got all the news from the world of sports, including highlights of a full day in the NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball. Fox Sports Live is tonight on Fox Sports 1. It's also streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Guess he's going back out there for the 8th inning. Tom Gorzolani is going to start it off. You got the lefty Jason Kipnis starting things off.
And Brad's going to do the best that he can today to keep the rest of those left-handers on that bench that of Terry Franconis.
Kipnis, Santana, Gomes here in the home half of the 8th. Tigers up by 2, trying to get to 5-0 this year. Bender drops in inside part of the plate for a strike on Kipnis.
That's what Gorzolani will do. He'll throw that breaking ball in the front door to the left-handers. He'll also bury one away, as we saw he did last half inning against Michael Bourne when he struck him out.
Last time the Tigers started 5-0 was 2006 when they appeared in the World Series against the Cardinals. Mr. Albuquerque should be good to go. He's been up a few times in the bullpen.
That was the first year of Jim Leland's tenure.
It was indeed.
As the manager. The skipper, he's in the building today.
Popped up. Shallow left. Who wants it? Rajay. Cespedes. Rajay. Skipper's here?
Yes, he is.
I didn't see him. You know he'll be in Pittsburgh.
He said he'd be here in Cleveland, and he'd also see the team in Pittsburgh.
So Gorzolani does his job. He gets the lefty Kipnis.
Jim also spends quite a bit of time going down and watching the minor league players, too.
There he is. Jim Lee, the skipper. So tip of the cap to Gorzolani, who came on in the 6th. Here is Albuquerque coming out of the Detroit bullpen. So far, so good for that Tigers pen. Here are the numbers last season on Al.
Well, for the last number of years, he's averaged over a strikeout per inning. Slider, fastball, outstanding slider.
Well, the Tigers have had some pretty good defense again in this game today. Anthony Gose is responsible for our hard-working steal of the game. How about this catch? It's courtesy of Chevrolet by Anthony Gose. Sprawling out there in center field.
I'll say that's a steal of the game.
And Gose looking smooth doing it. So the Tigers relying on the bullpen to lock this one away. They've got one out here in the 8th inning as Albuquerque continues to warm up. Here are the career numbers for Santana against Albuquerque, 1 for 8. Brad has already used a couple of pinch hitters in this game, McCann and Davis. He's gone to the bullpen with Gorzolani and now Albuquerque. So Santana, who batted just .212 against right-handed pitching last year. One and one. So Omar Vizquel there shading his infielders. Saw they play defensively against Santana.
And they shade him slightly to the pull field. He and Kinsler a couple of steps on the outfield grass, giving himself a little bit more room.
He went around.
Couldn't hold up on that slide piece. At 82 miles an hour thrown by Albuquerque. Albuquerque's got a couple different sliders. He's got that one little get me over slider. Then he's got that really nasty one that he buries at the bottom of the strike zone when he's looking for a strikeout. Throw him a fastball here.
'72 appearances out of the Tigers pen last year for Albuquerque, career high.
He got himself a nice 2-year contract as a result of what he'd been doing the last couple of years.
That thing is yanked way back, but way foul.
All the way to the corner.
Yep. And now they're going to battle for it.
Be careful out there. You know, they're doing a few 8-ounce curls back there, man.
All of a sudden, that baseball becomes more important than it really is.
Throwing them back.
They're having fun at the corner. And Santana takes outside. Run it full now on Carlos. Yan Gomes lurking on deck. Ooh, we lost him. Ball 4. Second walk for Santana, who led the big leagues in walks last year. 1 on, 1 out. Here's Gomes.
And key play in this game when David Price was still on the mound. Double play ball to end the inning, and David bounced it to Ian Kinsler. He was given an air, and they went on to score 3 runs in that frame.
So that should have been a double play. He hit it into one yesterday, and perhaps another ground ball here. Nope, in the air, high fly to right. Routine play though. JD hauls it in. There are 2 gone.
And here comes one of those left-handers off the bench, and Brad will probably counter with Ian Kroll if he wants to.
Brandon Moss coming off the bench, and here comes Brad Ausmus. So Kroll, who is probably going to play an important role out of that Tigers bullpen this year, will get an opportunity here in a big spot. To settle in here in Cleveland.
The ball has been coming out of Ian Kroll's hand very nicely. His fastballs, when we saw him this year and even in spring training, he was 94 to 96. Much better breaking ball. Also throwing an occasional changeup.
Talking to Jeff Jones the other day, the Tigers pitching coach, about the increased velocity that Kroll showed in his first appearance for the Tigers, and he feels that Ian's just in a whole lot better shape, really got into great shape in the offseason, and that can affect your velocity. So Albuquerque faces 2 batters. He walks one and gets the other to fly out. And now the lefty Kroll against Moss. So Terry Francona looking for some thunder off the bench here. Santana's at first. Brandon Moss represents the tying run.
And Moss last season hit better against left-handed pitching than he did right-handed pitching.
Five-3. Tigers have lead in the 8th with 1 on and 2 out. Major shift on for Moss. I mean, the Tigers almost have everybody playing to the right side of the infield.
It's a dangerous count right here. 2 balls, no strikes against a guy that's a dead fastball hitter.
Strike call.
And a pretty good location here. Last fastball thrown by Kroll.
Just missed that time. So now it's 3-1. And in the meantime, Joakim Soria, the Tigers closer, now starting to heat it up.
which means Brad not afraid to use him to get 4 outs if he needs to.
And he lost it, ball 4, and a pair of walks now will put the tying runs on. Here comes the hero of the day, Jerry Sands. Jeff Jones coming out of the Tigers dugout. Haven't seen a whole lot of Sands. Little scouting report here, perhaps?
That's exactly what he was giving him. And Brad is also telling us that this is the matchup that he wants, because he does have Soria up in the bullpen, but he knows if he goes to Soria, they might go to the veteran hitter Murphy to pinch hit for Sands. Therefore, he likes this matchup here, Sands versus Crow.
Sands hit a 2-run double off David Price in the 6th inning, knocking him out of the game.
And we also told you that Michael Brantley also on that bench for the Indians, and we don't know whether he is okay to pinch hit or not.
Santana, the runner at second base. We've got Moss at first. 2 for 3 today for Jerry Sands. Ball 1.
And here's the biggest hit. Came in a 2-strike pitch. It was a fastball away, and he jumped all over it and found a gap in right center field to drive in 2.
Swing and a miss.
That buckled the home plate umpire.
That is Dale Scott.
It had him backpedaling. Back-to-back fastballs inside the Sands, whereas at the beginning of the game, in his previous 3 at-bats, David Price threw him nothing but fastballs away.
Two balls, 1 strike on Sands. Ronnie Chisenhall waiting on deck. Left-handed batter. Sands a couple of years ago in 2012 knocked in 107 runs in AAA. He is used to producing runs, just not as much at the major league level. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He saw a job at Chamberlain warming up. Along with Soria. Cole trying to nail down the 8th inning. Tigers lead 5-3. Foul at home plate. Sands barely kicking. Indy trying to take advantage of a couple of walks against the Tigers bullpen here in the 8th. Driven to right field. Martinez on the run. Can't get it up against the wall. Sands with another huge hit. 2 runs will score. And how about Jerry Sands today? 5-5 game. Now they are partying here in Cleveland.
Every other pitch was inside to Jerry Sands, and he had a tough time turning on the Ian Kroll fastball, but he threw that last one out over the heart of the plate, and he ripped it over the head of J.D. Martinez.
That is the 6th hit of the game for the Indians. They've tied it at 5, and now they have the go-ahead run at second base.
Every time the Tigers walk a batter, they somehow come around to score.
Yeah, they paid dearly today. 3 walks have come around to score. Make it 4 walks have come around to score today for the Indians. 1 ball, no strikes on Lonnie Chisenhall. And that is in there. Think we'll see Jerry Sands in the lineup tomorrow?
You bet.
And that hit him. Chisenhall. Are you going to say it hit the bat? Yeah, they're saying it hit the bat. Francona came out a couple of steps, but home plate umpire Dale Scott said it hit the knob of the bat, apparently. Break there, that'll make it 1-2. Two now on Chisenhall. Albuquerque walked Santana. Kroll walked Moss. Both have come around to score in the Sands double.
And Kroll having a difficult time finding the strike zone. 15 pitches. 8 of those have missed the strike zone.
Ground ball, first base side. Cabrera handles it, and that'll end the inning. However, the Indians storm back. They scored 2 on the 2-out double by Jerry Sands. We're all tied up again. Tigers baseball presented by Belt Tire. Twice have come storming back in this game, despite the fact they've been out hit 11-6. Jerry Sands with a couple of big knocks in this game, and the Indians now in the 9th inning go to Cody Allen.
He's their closer. He's the only member of the bullpen that we have not seen in the series until now. He saved 24 last year in 28 chances. Respectable ERA. He's got a power fastball, about 95, 96. Nice curveball too for Cody Allen.
Well, Jerry Sands was called up yesterday, and today he makes the start. He has 3 hits. He has 4 RBIs. And he's the reason the Indians are in this game. So we'll see what the Tigers can do now as we go to the 9th inning. It'll be Andrew Romine to lead it off, and then Rajai Davis, Ian Kinsler. It's been a nice day for Romine. He's been on base 3 times. He has stolen a bag as well. Single, 2 walks. See if we can get him on to get something started. Strike 1 on Romine. The 2 starters, Kluber and David Price, have long since departed the scene. A little bit outside. 2-1 on Romine. 24 saves last year for Cody Allen in 76 appearances. He made 77 appearances 2 years ago.
Had good numbers. The league hit less than 200 against him as well.
Romine has the count even at 2-2.
And Romine a little upset with himself. He thought that ball may have been up in the strike zone. He helped out Cody Allen.
Swarzak did his job for the Indians, so 1-2, 3/8, and now he hands the baseball over to Cody Allen in the 9th. Fouled away. The Indians a really good job of scouting on Cody Allen. He was a 23rd round pick back in 2011. Almost 700 players, amateur players, were selected before Cody Allen was selected that year. Fill it now, 3-2. And he lost in ball 4. How about the day today for Romine?
It's tough enough to hit big league pitching when you play every single day, let alone making your first start of the year and having the kind of quality at bats that Romine has had here today. Well, you know Rajai Davis is up there bunting. You just don't know in which direction if you're the Indians.
We're at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Mario Impemba, Rod Allen for Game 2 in this series. Brady Klima, our producer. Mark Isofano directing tonight.
And typically in this situation, you want to bunt the ball down toward the first baseman.
1-0 on Rajai.
And the reason I say that is he has a responsibility. Santana down at first base has the responsibility of holding on Andrew Romine, but Chisenhall on the other side of the diamond, he has no responsibility. So you want to stay away from Chisenhall. And Chisenhall, much better defender than the first baseman Santana.
Davis came out as a pinch hitter back in the 7th, flied out. We'll let that one go by as well, and now he's up 2-0.
Cody Allen down the stretch last year was a little shaky against Tigers bats.
Allen's ERA overall on the season was 2.07.
Managers get really upset when the opposing team is trying to give you an out and your pitcher having a difficult time of throwing a strike. And he's also understanding that the meat of that Tigers order is lurking.
Yeah. Well, yes, it is. And these days, the meat of the order starts in the 2 spot with Kinsler.
Well, Miggy won't get a chance to hit anymore here today.
Lets it go by for ball 3.
Because Perez is occupying Victor Martinez's spot, so Miggy will be walked intentionally. He will not hit again today, if they get that far.
He lost him. No, it's a strike call. Oh, Dale Scott with that last call. 3-1. How close was it?
Borderline.
Rajay thought he had a walk. Negative. 3-1.
You wonder if he's considering taking the bunt off and maybe putting the runners in motion here, letting Rajay swing away.
Runner goes. And that's a strike. Throw on the second is a wide throw by Gomes.
Wow, Rajay must have missed a hit and run.
Yeah, he didn't look like he was even close to offering or thinking about it.
And then again, it could have been just a straight steal. What a great jump by Andrew Romine. He's had a really nice day today. He forced Gomes into rushing for the second time today. A rare poor throw by their catcher, Yan Gomes. It's the second steal of the day for Romine.
3-2 on Rajay Davis. And he walked him. 2 on, nobody out.
And normally I would say that this would be a bunting situation with, Miggy and Victor in the lineup, but I don't know if he'll bunt Kinsler and give an out away, knowing that they'll simply take the bat out of Miggy's hand anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't think that'll be the course of action here. And right now, Yan Gomes flashing some defensive signs out in front of the plate. It has been a big day for Kinsler. 3 singles, an RBI, and 2 runs scored. Good speed on the bases for the Tigers. Romine at second, Davis at first. Kinsler swings and fouls it back out of play. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the 0-1. Checked it low. 1 ball in, 1 strike. This would be a beautiful spot for Kinsler to pick up a 4-hit game. Back-to-back walks by their closer Cody Allen here in the 9th in a 5-5 game. Nobody out. Slice toward right field. Sands on the move. Still going. Sliding. Can't get it. There they go, chanting his name again. They're liking the effort. Cabrera due next. Tigers have 5 runs, 11 hits. The Indians have 5 runs, 6 hits. But major trouble here for the Indians bullpen. Driven in the air to shallow center field. Going to drop, base hit. Here comes Romine. Sands will throw up the line, and the Tigers have the lead.
What a great read by Andrew Romine at second base. What a day. Have a day, Andrew.
That is the only way they score that run. I mean, that was a great read.
I mean, as soon as this ball went up, he was off at the crack of the bat because he knew exactly where Bourne was playing. He knew exactly where Sands, the right fielder, was playing. And because of that, he got a great jump. And Dave Clark, third base coach, had no issue sending him home. It's a nice job here. I mean, he's off as soon as the ball goes up. He knows no one's going to catch it. And Sands has got a pretty good arm.
He does. It was just off the mark. So while Kinsler picks up his 4th hit and 2nd RBI, Romine scores his 2nd run on base 4 times and 2 steals. Now here's Cabrera, still nobody out. Strike 1 on Miggy. How about these numbers against the closer for the Indians? 4 for 9.
He beats up on the best pitchers in baseball, whether it be a starter or a closer. Rajay needs to be careful here. The last thing you want to do is to get doubled off or get picked off or get thrown out if you're still in 3rd base with Miguel in the batter's box.
Now the 0-1.
Let's take one more look at the really good base running by Romine. I mean, as soon as his ball goes up, he knows exactly where it's going. He didn't have to turn around to see. That's just knowing before the pitch is even thrown where the outfielders are standing. He didn't even turn around to look where that ball was going to land. He knew he could score.
He appeared to be pretty convinced that ball was not going to be caught. Great jump by Romine, and as a result, the Tigers had the lead.
That's one of the reasons why Brad wanted Romine on the team. Very sure-handed at the shortstop position. He can steal you a base. He can play a number of different positions. And he's a great teammate.
High fly ball deep into right field. Sands going back. Track. Wall. Leaps. Can't hold on. Davis coming to 3rd. They're going to have to stop him there. And the Tigers have the bases loaded. Sands almost a spectacular catch out there in right.
What was Rajay doing? Rajay must have been all the way back to the bag like he was tagging up. Nearly a great play by Sands. Really didn't need to leave his feet, but he did, and the ball hit right off the heel of his glove.
So they're going to be loaded now. Still nobody out. Mickey Callaway is out.
Let's take a look at what Rajay was doing here on the fly ball to the outfield. He's just kind of halfway, just kind of reading it. And then Dave forced to hold him up.
Once Sands made contact with that ball, he actually took 2 steps back to the bag and then just couldn't reverse course in time. So here's that situation you talked about. Victor Martinez is out of the game. He left with a pinch in his left leg. He is day to day, and Hernan Perez will bat with the bases loaded. He came on a pinch run for Victor. Swing and a miss. Infield coming in for the Indians. Tigers have a 6-5 lead, but in great shape to tack on here. Two on Perez.
And Hernan Perez was out of minor league options, which meant the team could not send him down to the minor leagues during the course of spring training without running the risk of losing him and to a man. Everybody from the coaches to the front office personnel, they felt like they would have lost Hernan Perez.
We're getting a Let's Go Tiger chants going here. Perez shoots it foul, back out of play. Miguel down at first base. You've got Kinsler at second, and you've got Davis at third. Checked it. Did not go. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Hernan Perez. Cody Allen has gotten himself in trouble with the walks in this inning. 2 of them. Checked it again, and it looked like Dale Scott flinched. He thought about it. Wow.
Not a bad pitch.
No, not at all. Certainly callable. And the 2-2. In the air to right field. Sands comes in to make the catch. Davis tagging, forcing the throw. It's high. He overshoots the target, but Rajay will stay where he is. Right there for the Indians. Here is J.D. Martinez, who will step in now. And last September, he faced Cody Allen. And he hit a huge home run against Allen here at Progressive Field. He will stand in now with the bases loaded. And 1 out, 2 for 3. 2 home runs against Allen. Ball 1. A couple of grand slams in JD's career, batting .282 with the bases full. There's a strike called on JD. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers have the lead here, but they can't let this opportunity pass them by. Insurance runs occupying every base. Infield about halfway for the Indians. Slow roller hit toward first base. They're going to come home with it, and they get the force. Davis has just nipped at the wire, and Yan Gomes appears to be hurt.
Yeah, Rajay slid right into the ankle of Yan Gomes. Definitely no intent there by Rajay Davis to hurt Yan Gomes.
Boy, did Rajay make that close. And right now, the Indians concerned about Gomes, their starting catcher. So the bases will remain loaded with 2 outs. And it looks like Gomes having trouble getting to his feet. Don't know if he's going to be able to stay in this game. They're checking out that right leg and knee right now. I think it's more in his knee than anything else. He reached for the knee right away. Gomes on his feet. Whether or not he can continue remains to be seen.
They've already taken his shin guard off. More than likely he's done. It appears that Gomes reaches for his right knee right after the slide.
Right there. Gomes is helped off.
Well, let's hope he's okay.
So it remains a 6-5 ball game as the Indians get the force at home plate. And Roberto Perez now will come on to catch.
For the drive, now on to catch. For Yankees, number 55, Roberto Perez.
So he is pressed into duty here. Meanwhile, the Indians trying to get out of this inning by allowing minimal damage. Tigers with great opportunities here, but it's still loaded. And we'll have to deal with Yoenis Cespedes. Well, he doesn't have one yet, so maybe his first grand slam, well, could come here. That'd be nice. 458 otherwise with the bases loaded for Yoenis. A little bit of history against Cody Allen, 2 for 6.
Now batting for Detroit. Left fielder, Yoenis Cespedes.
Meanwhile, in the Detroit bullpen, Jabba Chamberlain, Joaquin Soria heating up. So here is Cespedes now to try and pad the lead. He backs away from strike one. The Indians have 9, 1, and 2 due up when we get to the bottom of the ninth.
Already 30 pitches thrown by Cody Allen.
And he's not out of it yet. Swing and miss, 0-2.
Cespedes has been doing quite a bit of that today. The balls that have been away from him, whether it be breaking balls or fastballs, he's just a little bit too quick with that front shoulder. He's been pulling off the ball all day.
Allen 1 strike away from getting out of this mess. He has allowed 1 run, but could have been a lot worse. Still might be. Here's the 0-2. Line drive. Fair ball to the corner. It goes. 2 runs coming in. A big knock for Yoenis Cespedes, who goes the other way, and the Tigers lead 8-5.
What a nice adjustment here by Cespedes. He's been pulling off the baseball all day long. He finally got something away from him, a ball that you know you've got to go that way with, and he does it, and he gets himself another extra base hit and drives in a couple of runs. That's just a fastball that he does everything right on. He took a page out of Miguel Cabrera's book. He didn't even stride there, Mario. Just kind of pick that front foot up and put it right back down.
Well, what a beautiful approach. And boy, the Tigers need that.
One of the things that we knew about Cespedes after watching Miguel and Victory do what they do, he would start to make some adjustments and start driving the ball the other way, the way that Victor and Miggy do.
Cespedes now has hit an all 5 this season for the Tigers. And a strike called on Nick Castellanos.
Tigers a pretty good team so far this year with 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
There's another huge knock with 2 outs. This is the 8th man to bat in the inning, and now pitch number 34 coming up from Cody Allen.
Yeah, he might not be able to use him tomorrow if they need him.
3-run lead. The Tigers have their 14th hit. Two balls, 1 strike. You've got to think back a long time, but this inning started with a walk to number 9 hitter Andrew Romine. Two walks in the inning, RBIs for Kinsler, 2 of them for Cespedes. Here's the 2-1. Way outside, 3-1. He's going to have to go get him if he loses Castellanos. And now Castellanos just going to be walking intentionally here to finish him off with first base open.
And he might go get him anyway.
Yep. Here comes Terry Francona. There's Kyle Crockett, the left-hander. He's going to come trotting out of the bullpen. And the Tigers are going to bat around here in the 9th inning. Shoulder strain. He'll be out at least 2 months for the Texas Rangers. See what Billy Hamilton's been doing?
7 steals, and he ran a couple times last night on Yadier Molina.
Tigers trying to remain undefeated. The Royals came in at 4-0 as well. They're playing tonight against the Angels. And while we have an opportunity, let's go down to the field now and check in with Matt Shepard.
All right, Mario, after this, you're not going to go anywhere because John Keating and I are going to have the postgame show. Keats is feverishly writing down the highlights. He doesn't know where to stop or even where to begin again. It is now the Bible for John Keating. Look at that. You see that? It started out just a couple of highlights. Now it's all the way down to the bottom of the page. We will also talk with players, Brad Ausmus, and get a player of the game, and Keats and I are kind of commiserating on that. Andrew Romine's been awesome, so is Ian Kinsler. They all want to stop by and talk to John Keating, of course. Back upstairs to you. Yeah. We always love talking.
I go Andrew Romine.
You go Romine? All right. Oh, man, that's tough. I mean, Kinsler's got 4 hits, and he had the big knock to put him ahead. But none of it happens, I guess, without Romine, so.
None of it.
You can go either way on that. We'll look forward to post-game analysis from Mr. Shepard and Mr. Keating. There's Romine, who again got this whole thing started here in the 9th inning with a walk and a steal, and has come around to score a run. So here are the numbers last season on Kyle Crockett.
Yeah, outstanding earned run average for Crockett, a guy that was just drafted a couple of years ago, rushed to the big leagues, but he's put up good numbers.
Well, again, the Tigers had the bases loaded. And here is the 9th man to bat in the inning. James McCann will step in. Big at bat for McCann back in the 7th inning. Pinch hitting role for Alex Avila. He's singled, and that was part of the 3-run 7th inning for Detroit. He's got the bases full. Martinez, Cespedes, Castellanos, 3rd to 1st. Fly ball slicing away from Sands in right field, and foul.
This started out as a pitcher's duel, buddy, 4 hours ago.
Exactly 4 hours ago, to be precise. You're right.
How about the game, though, the Yankees and Boston Red Sox played last night?
We don't want to go to the 19th inning.
We're not going to do that. We've already done that once in our careers.
We did that last year in Toronto. That was a whole lot of fun.
Oh, my goodness.
One ball, one strike. Sometimes Yankees Red Sox games feel like they're going 19 innings even when they go 9.
That's right.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Low and in. 2 balls, 1 strike. Looks like Iglesias now has moved to first base to pinch run for Castellanos.
And Brad going to get his better defensive team in the game. Romine will simply slide over to 3rd.
So Crockett having trouble throwing a strike. It's now 3-1.
Well, McCann's going to get a good fastball to hit here. He might as well hit it out.
Go big or go home, huh?
That's right. At the very least, find the gap somewhere.
Three-one pitch. He walked in with the bases loaded to force in another run. Bullpen imploding here in the ninth inning for the Indians. So give McCann an RBI. J.D. Martinez comes around to score a run. And here's the guy that got it all started with a walk. Andrew Romine. Strike one. 4-run Tigers lead now 9-5 here in the ninth inning. Tigers have scored 4 times. Way inside. Two balls, one strike on Romine. Davis waiting on deck. That was the 46th pitch thrown in this inning by the Cleveland pen.
The majority of those thrown by Cody Allen.
And the 2-2 just off the plate. 3-2 on Romine. So with 2 outs, runners will be on the move. Romine finds a gap here. He can score them all. Cespedes, Iglesias, McCann. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. That'll end the inning. So the Tigers break the tie. They have a 9-5 lead. Ramirez, Bourne, and Aviles due up for the Cleveland Field, it's 9-5 in favor of Detroit.
And here is our Nissan drive of the game, and it happened last half inning. It was Yoenis Cespedes cutting down his swing with 2 strikes, getting a fastball up the strike zone and ripping it the opposite way for a double and 2 RBIs.
Big knock for the Tigers, who break it open in the 9th inning, and now we'll see if Soria can nail this one shut.
18 of 20 in the save department last year for Joakim Soria, and with a couple of teams, the Texas Rangers and the Detroit Tigers.
Jose Iglesias stays in the game, and he will play short with Romine moving over to third base. Ramirez a single and a walk in this game. Indians have come back a couple of times in this contest, but they've got a large margin now to deal with, 9-5. And Soria hits the outside corner, make it 0-2 on Ramirez. Pretty much take the bunt out of the equation. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tiger bullpen today. Gorsolani came on. Albuquerque, Kroll, and now Soria. That'll miss away. 2-2 the count. Five walks for Tigers pitching in this game. Swing and a miss, and Ramirez is out of there, 1 gone.
And slow breaking ball thrown by Soria at 68 miles an hour.
We'll bring up Michael Bourne. Tigers 2 outs away now from going to 5-0 on the new season. Bourne looks at ball 1. Kyle Lobstein gets the call tomorrow. It'll be a 1:10 game. Tigers then travel to Pittsburgh. 3-game series against the Pirates. Bouncing ball, first base side, routine there, and there are 2 gone. 1 more out to get. Here is Mike Aviles, the last chance for the Indians. And it's in there for Soria. Strike 1 on Aviles. That straightened him up and backed him out of there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Aviles does have a walk and a run scored. He's also knocked into a double play in this game. Toward right field, slicing. That's going to drop, base hit. Aviles taking a wide turn, but he will pull in, and still life for the Indians. He's going to keep it going for Jason Kipnis. Runner will go with no throw, and there's a strike called on Kipnis, so they will give Avila's second base. And if the Tigers are given, he's taken. Well, he's in scoring position. On the outer edge, much to the chagrin of Kipnis, who did not like that call at all from Dale Scott. 0-2.
12 total pitches thrown by Soria. Majority of those have hit the strike zone. A nice frame job by the rookie catcher, James McCann.
Here's the 0-2. We just got a piece of it to stay alive. Should Kipnis keep it going, Santana would be next. Soria trying to end it right here. Fouled off. Soria twice an All-Star, both of those times with the Royals back in 2008, 2010. Put some really good seasons together for the Royals. He was one of those guys, when we talk about Rule 5 drafts, he's kind of the poster child. He was a Rule 5 pick a long time ago.
There was a time where really there was Mariano Rivera, Joe Nathan, there was Joaquin Soria.
Yeah, he was up there.
Yeah. Locked down bullpen guy.
Another foul back out of play.
They've been doing that a lot today. Started with David Price. They fouled off a lot of the pitches that David threw today.
Soria again ready with the 0-2. Pulled foul. Kipnis is not making this easy. Big day for Kinsler. 4 hits, couple of RBIs. Cespedes a big 2-run double in the 4-run 9th inning. Drilled to center field. That's a base hit. He's going to get a run in. So Kipnis with an RBI single. It's 9-6.
It's a really nice at bat by Kipnis. And down by 4, not mailing it in. Fouled off several pitches before getting a changeup up in the strike zone. Hit right back up the middle.
So Santana will be strolling in here with a runner at first. They need one more base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. David Price has long since departed this one. Shift on for Santana. He looks at strike one. That is Romine in short right field. Iglesias stays on the left side of the infield. Runner goes again, swing and a miss. This one gets through. It's going to be called a foul ball. That thing barely registered 70.
And we saw Simon pitch yesterday. He threw a lot of split-fingered fastballs at about 65, 70 miles an hour. It's the curveball that's the easiest pitch for Joaquin.
Outside. Again, the runner will take second base. So again, they will call that defensive indifference, allowing Kipnis to move into scoring position. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Santana. He's just going to take third. There's nobody standing there. The Tigers have the shift on. So Kipnis just walks to third base. Bouncing ball to second should do it. And that is that. The Tigers with a nice win here today. 9-6 the final score. It took a while, better than 4 hours to complete this one. But in the end, the Tigers remain undefeated. They are 5-0. Time of the game 4 hours and 16 minutes to put this one in the win column. We'll be back. Final thoughts in a moment.